From the desert to the jungle. Welcome back to my playthrough of Diablo II Resurrected, Reign of the Warlock. That's right, they added a new class to Diablo II after all these years. And we are continuing this playthrough over the next, 3-4 plus hours. And by the way, thanks so much to everybody that's taken the time to watch Act 1 and Act 2. I know they're both long, but hopefully you've been enjoying this playthrough as we continue with Act 3. Yeah, thank you. I'm so happy to be here. Okay, so we're in Karast. So, we do have a few things we need to get rid of first or move around. So we got plenty of scrolls there. Yeah, we got to move some stuff up here. Yeah, I'll put these potions up here real quick. Alright. So decisions. I guess I was going to do this before I started. But I'll just throw it in the stash real quick. So yeah, welcome to the jungle. We're gonna die. I'm not the biggest fan of Karast. I know some people like Karast. I'm not one of them.
I've not said.
Yeah, I know. It's been a while since you've been to Karast. You know, me too. All right, so we have all those. We got tons of potions. So we're good on potions, I think. All right. So the shared section where I have these weaker potions. I need to do something about these. Alright, so what else do we need to take care of? Personal, shared. Alright, so this is where I'm putting all this stuff. Yeah, one day I just need to come in here maybe before Act 4. And then just come through all this and decide what's really important and what's not. Because Act 4 is when the shit really hits the fan. Act 4 and Act 5. Especially Act 4. Alright, so let's deposit that real quick. Okay, so we deposit that. We got 153,000 gold. Not bad. Alright, let us continue. What's our first mission? We don't have a mission yet, so we gotta talk to some people. Alright, so I guess we gotta talk to Ormus? Okay, let's go talk to Ormus.
You now speak to Ormus.
Okay, thanks, Ormus. Alright. So somebody's got to give us a mission. Man, I do like the design of Karast. It does look really good, just like all the maps of Diablo 2. But if I have to pick up one I don't like as much, it's this one. You know, it's just, I don't like going into the jungle. There's a lot of things that want to kill you in the jungle.
Damn it. I wish you people would just leave me alone.
Okay, fine. I'll leave you alone. Jeez. You're rude. Okay, I guess we have to go in here. No, wrong hut. Alright. Let's see. Plus, it does kind of remind me of Louisiana.
Hello there. You
Hello.
must be a great adventurer.
I am a great adventurer. I'm something of an adventurer myself. Okay, so... do I have a mission? I mean, I talked to everybody. Surely there is a mission. Or did I not talk to everybody? Because usually it's somebody that gives you a mission. Maybe someone down here. And then you get started. Then we go into the jungle. Yay. Oh, we talked to you.
Greetings, hero. I've heard of your
I am a hero. Thank you. I'm a hero, damn it. Am I? I don't know. One person's hero is another's villain. Okay, so I'm kind of confused at the moment. I thought that there'd be like a mission, like where we set off into the thing. Or we'll just go anyways. Maybe we'll just do that and hope for the best. That's what we call a dead end, everyone. Oh yeah, I gotta get my goats up. All right, we got our goats. So I'm guessing we just go. Maybe? Because it's not like anyone's stopping me. Alright, screw it. Let's just go in the jungle and kill some little Chuckies. What are we talking? Oh, there's the Dark Wonder. Okay, yeah, we're supposed to... yeah, there's the Dark Wonder. Dude, stop what you're doing, Diablo. We know what you're doing. I know it. Oh, no, he disappeared. Oh, it's a trap. Oh, shit. Why did I do that for? I pushed the wrong button. Damn it. Diablo set a trap for us. Alright. Let's keep looking over here. But hope everybody's doing okay. A lot of stuff going on in the world. A lot of it not so good. I'll try to not talk about the bad things. It might come up. No promises. That's why I try to compile a list of some stuff to discuss. And who knows, maybe random things over the next few hours while we're playing together. It's just, I don't know what it is with the 2020s. It's just like every year is trying to top the last year on how bad things can get. It's like, oh, you think you reached the bottom. No, just wait till you get to 2026, which makes me kind of dread 2027 if we ever make it to 2027. All these monsters trying to jump me. All right, don't worry, my goats and my archer will take them out. All right, now we have a quest. Okay, we have a quest now. Ask Kane about the jade figurine. Okay, cool. I was wondering when we'd get a quest.
I've seen fools fall over less. I'm sure someone in that backwater will value this.
Yeah, probably. So let's take the jade figurine. I think to Deckard. We'll go take it to him and see what he has to say about it. But yeah, it would be nice if we actually had a good year.
But back in Loot Lane.
There. Identified some items. Okay, now we have a quest. Okay, so what's our quest? Show Mishif. Okay, I gotta show it to Mishif. I thought this was... That's not the right dude. And where is Mishif? I think I came across Mishif a moment ago. Where are you, Mishif? That's Ormus. Is Mishif at the dock?
Well, I gave you my word and brought you here as promised. Praise you. That jade figurine will complete the set I was collecting.
Okay. So is that it?
Praise you. That jade figurine will complete the set I was collecting.
Now I gotta ask Kane. Just collecting and bringing things back and forth between people. Fetch questing. Errand boy.
I've read legends about a sage named Kuile.
Okay. Nice. Okay, what do we got? What is this? What can this do? The golden bird. What can I use the golden bird for? Make it the mission. Mission. Give it to Alcor. Okay, okay. Freaking fetch questing. Just bringing one thing to somebody else, then somebody else. Enjoy your bird. Right, is that it?
The golden bird of Kuile?
Yeah, you. Okay, where's my reward? That it said. Didn't it say? Return to Alcor for a reward. Where's my damn reward? Where's my reward at, Alcor?
From the ashes of Kuile, I have mixed for you a potion.
Okay, thanks. Well, I guess I got my reward now. What's this for? Okay, let's see what's this do. Potion of life. Permanently adds 20 life. Okay. I'll take that. Thanks. Thanks for the potion. Okay, what else do we got to do? That was it? Okay. Okay, well, I mean... All's well that ends well, I guess. Nope, move that. You know what? Let's just... I'm gonna start dumping the better stuff over here. Let's just move that. Make room for more potions and move that over there. I'll hold on to these. Oh yeah, I need to get rid of this bow. This bow. I think this bow needs to be sold. We should sell this for profit. Can Ormus? Can I sell Ormus? I can sell Ormus. Okay. No! Oh, why did I press the wrong button again? Why do I do that? You think by now I would push the right button. Okay, let's continue. Back into the jungle. Well, at least we already accomplished a mission. That didn't take too long. It was an easy fetch quest. Somewhat tedious, but, you know, it's done. We can move on now. I guess we'll go Go this way? Yeah, we'll go this way. Oh, the freaking jungle. I don't know. Desert? Okay, I mentioned how much I didn't really care for deserts. Like, last week. And, jungles, they're pretty from a distance. And there's obviously a lot of life in jungles. A lot of things. Amazing creatures. A lot of scary ones, too. And to be honest, I'd rather not. You know, I'd rather just let them stay in the jungle, in the rainforest, and also be left alone. I'm all about leaving things alone. You know, allowing wildlife to have its own space, and like humanity to, you know, be better stewards. Yeah, there's the little Chuckies. Well, some of them. And mosquitoes, great. Who doesn't like mosquitoes? I hate mosquitoes. Yeah, this is definitely Louisiana because the mosquitoes are that big. Just kidding. Well, I'm almost kidding. Okay. Stash, full helm. There's nothing special, so we'll just keep going. Oh, shit. Yeah, just let those bastards get taken out. Alright, get a little water. Hopefully there's no bacteria in there that's going to cause me to be sick for a few days. Or worse. Yeah, I'll just take those. Maybe I'll take the jewel. I got a lot of jewels, though. Gotta be careful. Okay, there's an area over here I want to explore real quick. Yeah, but speaking of Louisiana, I guess I could go back and talk about the past. Reminisce. Because once again, as most of you are aware of, maybe some aren't, but most are, you should be known. This is common knowledge for most Diablo fans. Diablo 2, the original Diablo 2, came out in the summer of 2000, June 8th specifically. Well, for North America. At the time, I was living in Louisiana. I think I was in the rent house at the time. I think I mentioned this last episode. Like, I lived with my grandparents for about a year after I graduated from high school and moved away from East Texas to Louisiana in order to go to college. And then eventually I ended up in a rent house for a minute or two. And the 2000s were actually pretty good for me personally. I had looked back fondly on the year 2000. And most of 1999, because 1999 is when I graduated from high school and got to flee. I mean, move away from that small town I grew up in East Texas. The only thing I really missed about it was my sisters and, you know, my friends. All right, we ranked up, nice. But there's a lot of things I didn't miss. But, you know, I was able to make a new life for myself, and I basically just, I guess, a new beginning, right? A clean slate, starting over, as I went from a angry little teenager to an adult. All right, so we ranked up. And like I mentioned last time, it's like, was I truly an adult yet? I don't know. We had this conversation a week ago. Okay, so we got one of these. The question is, do I want to keep putting points towards this? Or do I want to put towards that? Because eventually I do want to get this bind demon, but it's going to be a while. Because I got to get to rank 30 first, and at the moment we are 23. So let me go ahead and put the points here before we continue. All right, so I got the points there, skill tree. See, the reason why I guess I keep putting points towards the mastery is because I want to get to 20. That way I can, I think once I get to 20, I can summon another monster, another demon, another goat, or perhaps even by then I can get the bind demon. But I wonder if I should put points towards these two. I don't know. So I'm guessing there should be at least a point for all these, right? Maybe. So at least 1 point. So, you know what, screw it. I'll just hold on to that point for now. We'll hold on to it. But yeah, the 2000s, pretty good year. You know, I was starting to come in my own. You know, I was in college, and I was in telecommunications, which is basically TV and radio. And then I got interested in radio, and that's where I was able to intern. Thanks to the college I was going to, I had an internship program with a cluster of local radio stations. At the time, the company that owned those radio stations was Clear Channel. Its name has changed a few times over the years. I think it's called iHeart now, but back then it was called Clear Channel. And this was shortly after deregulation of the TV radio industry, which in the grand scheme of things was not good. It was not good for people working in radio because it allowed these corporations to buy up all the radio stations. And only like a handful of big giant companies own most of the radio stations now in America. And it's also true for a lot of TV stations. And that allowed them to like cut corners and downsize, and automation also ended up hurting, when it came to people's jobs. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, a lot of this stuff is ultimately what led to my radio career not lasting as long as I had hoped. Because where once the radio industry was a big giant, I guess, lake of jobs and stations and opportunities, within the first several years of the early 2000s, when I got into radio, it started to dry up, and it became a lot more difficult to find jobs thanks to that automation and companies cutting corners and no longer having to have as many people on staff as you once had to, because there was a time when you basically had to have somebody on staff 24/7 to run a radio station. Because it used to be like live nonstop, right? So you had to have somebody live to play the music, to do the commercials, and to also do breaks. And then some improvements came with the technology, which made it a little bit easier for DJs. And then computers came in, which made it way easier, because now like instead of like switching out tracks or albums like back in the day, long time ago, way before my time, it was CDs, and then after CDs it was digital, so you could just like download songs into your library, and then you could just program the songs and schedule them to play, so that led to automation. And when they had automation, it meant less people in radio, because no longer did somebody have to physically be in the building at the radio station in the studio to like switch out the songs and switch out the commercial breaks. It was no longer an issue anymore. Plus, they also introduced some other technology called voice tracking, which allowed DJs to pre-record their breaks instead of doing them live. And what also happened was, thanks to the corporations and the internet, by the way, people were able to actually record their breaks from hours away. Like we had one or two DJs that we would pay a lot less money, that were very talented in larger markets, to record their breaks from like all the way from Dallas. We had like one DJ that worked at a radio station in Dallas who was recording breaks for Clear Channel on several radio stations, including ours. And they didn't have to drive like all the way to Shreveport every day to record their breaks. They just went in and recorded their breaks, and then the breaks were sent over and added to the rotation during their air shift. So, I mean, that became a lot more prevalent as time went by over the past 2 decades. And it's become very commonplace to where most of the talent now that you'll hear on radio stations, usually they're not live, with a few exceptions. Even in larger markets, it's a lot rare now, because it costs money to actually have somebody live in the studio. It's cheaper for these companies to just have somebody record breaks for several stations across many markets. So corporations are always going to choose to cut corners and save money. I mean, at the same time, the suits at the top, they're all about putting as much money in their pockets, and of course the investors. Yeah. But in the 2000s, it was just, there was still a little bit of, I guess, opportunity in the 2000s when I got in, but it was basically near the end, I guess you could say. But I didn't realize it at the time, because I had anticipated, once I got into radio, first interning and then getting hired part-time after, also in the 2000s, I was planning on making a full-fledged career out of it. And I enjoyed my internship. There's friends I made that I'm still friends with. And in fact, my mentor at the time, who became my best friend and basically like an older brother to me. You know, I met him. I met a few others. And I had some great memories, and I learned a lot. And I feel like I really grew up, you know, from being in radio, whether it was in Shreveport for a few years or down in Baton Rouge for a few years. I think that actually going into a career and having a job and responsibility, you know, that really helped me go from being that teenager, you know, just out of high school, to ultimately becoming an adult. And, you know, it helped open my mind to some things that, you know, some ideas and thoughts that were, I guess you could say, alien to me at the time. And it was fun, you know, because, I mean, I was lucky enough to, one of the stations that I worked on was, well, a rock station, you know, and I happened to always enjoy rock when I was a kid. I mean, I enjoyed a lot of different music, like rock music, even top 40, because there was a pretty good radio station outside of Tyler, well, in Tyler. Like, we'd hear it all the way back in my hometown, which is like about 45, 50 minutes away, about less than an hour. And I always enjoyed listening to that station because, well, the DJs were pretty good, and those DJs were actually live. And they were very professional, and they were fun to listen to, and there was sometimes rock music, but then there was sometimes, you know, other music. But overall, the 90s was pretty good when it came to music, just like the 80s and 70s. Pretty good time for music overall. And I guess that's where I kind of found interest in eventually wanting to be in radio. But even in high school, I didn't think that I would end up being in radio. But it's funny because one of my dad's friends was also a DJ at the time. He DJ'd at that station and like one or two other stations. He bounced around from a few different stations in the East Texas area. And, you know, he told me a lot about radio. And he actually, at the time when I was in a teenager, he actually thought that I should go into radio. So it was kind of interesting that years later I would actually go into radio. Because at first I'm like, really? You think I could be a DJ? And he's like, yeah, you got a good voice. I'm like, really? It's like, wow. But, yeah, those were good times. And it just sucks that with the way of automation and corporatization, downsizing, it just, you know, cut that career shorter than I had hoped. Because I really wanted to make a lifelong career out of it. And I have friends now that were in the industry like a decade or two or maybe even 3 that are right now out of work, you know, looking for a job. And that's how bad it had gotten already, to where they were so close to eventually retiring, but it's just become harder and harder for people in the radio industry to find jobs, and it gets worse every year. I mean, that big giant lake I told you all about a moment ago is basically a puddle by comparison. I mean, some areas it might be better, but for the most part, it's just a sad reality that the radio industry is not what it once was. It sucks. And a lot of it has to do with the deregulation that was done by the Clinton administration back in the 90s, which was a really bad idea in hindsight. Very bad. Especially for people that were in radio or wanted a career in radio and television, because it's kind of like that in TV too. Like a lot of TV stations have gone the same route, and a lot of newspaper stations have gone the same route, because there was a time when a lot more companies owned these stations, because there was a limitation to how many radio stations a company could own or how many TV stations or newspapers. But the deregulation allowed these corporations to step in and buy up so many radio stations and TV stations and newspapers. And that's where a lot of our problems are today, where you have all these different like networks, right? These networks that were once independent or on their own, now owned by Disney or what is it going to be, Paramount, you know, because I guess they're going to buy Warner Brothers and a few others that exist. And it's a problem across the board with these corporations that have taken over so much of the entertainment industry and the media industry. And it's a recipe for disaster. Not only does it mean less opportunities for people, because, you know, they all do the same thing. They cut corners. They let people go, especially people that don't go along with what the corporate suits at the top want, you know. And that doesn't help either. If you're not a yes man or, you know, brown noser, then there's a very real chance that your career is not going to last as long. And that was kind of my problem. I wasn't the best at brown nosing. I was nice. I was diplomatic, but I also had a habit of being a little too honest sometimes and opening my big mouth, which I still do, but at least it's on my own terms, right? You know, well, my social medias, whether it's here on YouTube or on my X account, whenever I'm doing my political rants. But you know what? I'm a firm believer in the First Amendment, so I think I have a right to exercise my freedom of speech, even if people don't agree with me, or if I'm ignored entirely. I don't care. It's nice to have a place to vent. But my internship, I love the internship. There were people that didn't like me at first because I was the new kid, right? And I proved myself, though. I feel like I proved myself because I was always there, willing to contribute, willing to do my part, go above and beyond, because I really, really enjoyed that time period. I really wanted to be in radio, and I enjoyed every hour I got to go intern at the radio station, learning how to run a board, learning about promotions and programming and production as well. And I was lucky enough at the college to actually have my own little radio show at first, because my original radio show was at the college, and it was really weird how they did it. Mostly the telecommunications department at the college I went to focused on TV and movie. So it was really more about TV and movies. And radio was kind of like the bastard stepchild for the telecommunications department. In fact, once I got involved in radio, I felt like the teachers in the telecommunications department didn't really care for me as much, because I was actually the president of the telecommunications club. I was president of the telecom. And once I went from being interested in cameras and all that stuff and video to radio, then I felt a change in the wind. But it's like, whatever. Because I think some of them came from theater and, I guess, aspiring actresses or whatnot. And I guess they just wanted me to, I don't know, be a director or do camera work or whatever they wanted to do for me. I guess I just didn't, I didn't fulfill their vision for me. They had hopes and aspirations for me, but then I was like, oh, I want to do this radio thing. Like, what? Why? But you could do TV. You could do movies. I want to do radio. And basically we had our own cable channel where it was mainly for the programming for the telecommunications department, like the news station and a few other little, I think, shows that the department would do for the students. But they would reserve a couple of hours a day for the few that actually wanted to do a radio show. And so I got 2 hours on Wednesdays, I think, in the afternoon. I think it was 5 to 7 p.m. or was it 4 to 6 p.m.? I forgot. But, I had a very weird hybrid format that I did. And you could basically pick out whatever format you wanted to do. Say if you wanted to do jazz, or if you wanted to do classical music, or if you just wanted to talk for 2 hours, or if you want to play some other music, I don't know, some sort of country rock fusion that I did, then you could do that. Because that's what I did on my 2-hour radio show. I would just play country and rock music, because at the time I was into rock and country. I went through kind of a cowboy phase in my first year of adulthood. After I moved from East Texas to Shreveport, I was wearing the cowboy jeans, the cowboy shirts, even a cowboy hat. I'm not even joking. I went through a phase. I was hanging out with some people that were into rodeos, and I was going to rodeos, watching bull riding and the horses and stuff. So yeah, I was all about that life whenever I was when I was 19, 20 years old, somewhere. That's about the time I started playing this game. Now, as I already mentioned, I played the first Diablo game shortly after it came out. And then I played this one shortly after it came out in the summer of 2000. But I guess when I wasn't studying or doing intern stuff or doing the radio station back at the old rent house in South Shreveport, I was probably playing this, on my old PC back in the day. Good times. But yeah, I had this, I don't know why I did. Yeah, obviously I learned since then that, you know, maybe a country rock show, maybe not a good idea. Maybe it would have been better if I would have picked a lane, right? I learned that along the way. But this was during my internship days. Okay, this is like the first couple months. But it was good practice for me to get used to talking on a microphone and, you know, because it was very nerve-wracking at first doing it. But then as time progressed, I got better at it. Or at least I think I got better. But, yeah, I did a lot of, like, yes man gopher stuff for the radio station when I was an intern. I think the engineer actually had me clean out a studio or a room that was going to be used for a studio. So I did it. So they got plenty of free labor out of me while I was an intern. But you know what? I didn't complain. I did it because I wanted to be there. I wanted to prove myself and at the same time learn things. And at first the engineer did not like me. He straight up did not like me. But then over time, I guess my charm won him over in the fact that I was actually willing to learn and, you know, be respectful and, like, do better. But, so my internship went well. And I got credit for it, obviously. And then after the internship was over, I was hoping I would get hired part-time. But I didn't hear back from them for a month or two, and that was a long ass month or two. And I don't know, was it before or after my internship I went to New York? Because I also took a trip to New York. The trip to New York might have been before the internship. So I guess I'll backtrack just a little since we're having fun stories. So both of my aunts, I have several aunts, but two of my aunts in particular were living in the New York, New Jersey area. And one of them wanted me to come visit for like a week. And so I got on an airplane, yes, in my cowboy outfit. I still look back at that. Like, really? I actually wore that on a regular basis? What? But anyways, I got on a plane from Shreveport to Dallas to O'Hare. And then finally to... I think we were supposed to land in LaGuardia in New York, but then because of the weather, we had to land at a smaller airport north of New York City, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, I had to inform my aunt. And this is back, I think I had a cell phone back then. I think I had like a little Nokia, you know, those little bricks. Tough little things, right? But the cell service back then wasn't the best. So I had to let my aunt know because she originally was going to pick me up at LaGuardia, take me back to her hotel because she had just accepted a job up there, up in New York. I think just north of the city of New York City. And so she had to, you know, she had to meet me at the other airport. I forgot the name of the other airport. It wasn't JFK, by the way. Some of you are probably thinking, oh, JFK. No. This was a smaller airport north of New York City. So they chartered us a bus from LaGuardia all the way up to this other airport. Because I think... Okay, I remember it now. Okay, because I was supposed to land at the smaller airport. But because of the weather, we had to land at LaGuardia. Okay, I got it backwards. You have to forgive me. It was like 2 decades ago. Okay, I'm trying to get the story right. But anyways, she didn't have to meet me. She just had to wait patiently for like another hour or two for my bus to get up there, right? So it was really, really cool because it was nighttime. And there was some rain. And... like, this is the first time I got to see New York City, like the New York City skyline, because I think we were going over the George Washington Bridge. I think that's the right bridge. I don't think it was the Brooklyn Bridge. I think it was George Washington, but it was the first time I actually saw the skyline of New York City. And yes, the 2 towers were still there. Oh no, that's how long ago it was. And I was impressed with how huge it was. Like the TV shows I'd watched, the movies I'd watched with, you know, New York in the background, or you know, something set in New York, like, for example, Ghostbusters or Friends or, like, I guess Home Alone 2, Lost in New York, etc. Didn't do justice to the actual size and scope of New York City. And I hadn't even gone into New York City yet. I just saw it from like the side, right? Just a side view of all the different buildings that made up New York City. So I was like, wow, that's really impressive. And it was. So I met my aunt at the airport north of New York City. We went back to her hotel room because she still hadn't gotten an apartment or a house yet. Because she had just taken that job like a month or so prior. And so she was still looking for a place, right? for her and her husband at the time. And they were animal lovers, so they had like tons of animals, like dogs and cats. I mean, that was crazy how many cats and dogs they had. So they needed a place that they could like bring all their cats and dogs to from Louisiana. So that's why it was taking longer for them to find, you know, some nice piece of land somewhere outside of town. So that took her a quick minute, but till then, you know, she was just hanging out in an apartment. Well, a hotel room, not an apartment. Obviously, she couldn't use an apartment because she was going to end up bringing a whole bunch of cats and dogs with her and her husband. But I feel like for the most part, the week I was up there was mostly uneventful because while she was at work, I spent a lot of it in the hotel room, which kind of sucks. I should have got a cab. I should have went out and adventured a little bit, even if it was one of the small towns we were near, because the small towns look really, really cool. Because a lot of them are pretty old. You know, they have like old architecture, colonial times, I guess. So I kind of regret not doing that while I was just sitting around the hotel room, but I guess I was kind of squeamish about going out on my own. But we would, when she got home from work, you know, we did go out a few times and checked out a few things. We did go to a park one day when she had a day off. We did go up to like a park up in upstate New York that looked absolutely beautiful. And by the way, upstate New York is beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. Like New York is not just New York City. That's just like the very bottom part. A lot of people don't realize that New York isn't one big giant city. It's a state. And it's a pretty decent sized state too. It's not the size of Texas, but still. So that park was beautiful. We drove around a little bit, and then we went down to Jersey, I think, on a Friday, because my aunt and her husband lived in Jersey. And so we went down to Jersey to spend like Friday night and Saturday morning in Jersey. And then we took a train up to New York City from Jersey. So that was kind of cool, riding the tram to New York and then getting off at the main station, I guess. So that was pretty fun. And then, you know, we spent the whole day like walking around New York City, Times Square. I think we went to go eat at an ESPN zone. The burger was pretty good. I still remember that the burger was surprisingly good. So that was a good burger. Still is. I don't even know if the ESPN zones are still a thing. Are they still around or have they been shut down? I don't know. Doesn't matter. But yeah, we walked around the city. We went to Chinatown. We took the subway. We went all the way down to Battery Park. We were going to go to the Statue of Liberty, but that was going to take time to get on the ferry and go over there. And it's possible they weren't allowing people to go over to the Statue of Liberty because I think they were maybe doing maintenance or something over there. So I saw Liberty Island I think it was from Battery Park. And yeah, I saw the two towers, like while I was walking, you know, down the road, you know, looking up, the two towers ominously in the clouds because it was a cloudy day. And so the two towers were so tall that they pierced up into the clouds themselves. And we were actually thinking about going up into the two towers, but we decided not to. And looking back, I kind of wish I would have, especially with what happens, well, a year later. Some of you may be aware of. Yeah, because this was once again in the summer of 2000. And yeah, I was wearing my silly cowboy outfit, and some people made comments. It's like, whatever. But yeah, I did end up buying a couple souvenirs for people back home. One thing I bought myself was a New York Mets hat. And that's how I became a New York Mets fan back when I actually cared about baseball. It's like I never really cared for the Yankees. And I decided to get a New York Mets hat. I think I still have that hat. Or then again, maybe not. Maybe that hat was destroyed a while back. But yeah, that was a good time. You know, I enjoyed my trip up there. Maybe eventually when Riley and I get in the mood to travel some more after she's healed a little bit. You know, maybe we'll take another trip up to New York. You know, that'd be kind of cool. But it's not as, I don't know, things are different now than they were back then. Times have changed and not exactly for the better. So, I don't know. It's just not so good these days. Do we even have a mission? I don't even have a fucking mission. We're just talking and running around here. I don't even know what I'm doing, to be honest. This is crazy. But, yeah, it's whatever. We'll get around to beating this act eventually. We'll grab the greater ones and the rejuvenation potions. Okay. So, yeah, once again, I think the New York trip was prior to my internship, because I think I've mentioned how after after my trip was over, I was going straight into the internship program because I had pretty much made up my mind that I wanted to go into radio. My papa wasn't really a big fan on that idea, but he still supported me because he originally wanted me to follow his footsteps and go into the, I guess you could say, the family business, you know, the oil and gas industry. But in the end, it just wasn't meant to be. I was working part-time for my grandfather for about a year. And, you know, I did basically clerk stuff, errand boy stuff. So I had college. I had that, you know, all that kept me busy. And, you know, I learned a few things working in my grandfather's office. And, you know, obviously made a few dollars to put in my pocket. But at the same time, you know, sitting in the meetings when they would talk about drilling and all the stuff that goes into oil and gas, it just did not interest me. Not at all. And so I kind of started feeling like, yeah, I don't think I'm going to end up like going to college to get a geology degree or a land law degree. I guess I was going to do, that was one of my options, is I was either going to be a geologist or maybe a land lawyer, because I've always been kind of interested in the law, and, you know, maybe I should have become a lawyer, especially with how passionate I am about the Constitution and the rule of law and all that stuff. Oh, well. Or maybe I was a lawyer in a past life. It could be true. But yeah, so my internship, as I mentioned, it came to an end. And that month or two was like the longest month or two waiting to hear back from the radio station, because there are people that interned at the radio station that would never come back, right? Because either A, they ultimately decided that radio wasn't for them, or B, they just didn't impress, you know, the program directors and the operations manager of the radio station, right? They're like, oh, this person was okay as an intern, but, you know, if we did have a part-time opening, we probably wouldn't hire this person. And so I patiently waited for like a week or two, you know, hoping that I'd hear back from them, because they said if there was an opening, they would give me a call. And I'm saying, would you like to come work here if there was an opening? And I was like, hell yeah, I would. Absolutely. And I got to say, after 2 weeks, I was starting to feel a little bummed out, because I started feeling like that maybe they weren't really interested in me. Maybe it wasn't as mutual as I'd felt, because I actually felt like I belonged there. I felt like I was part of it, you know. I didn't really feel that way working in my papa's company. Besides, I was the grandson, okay? The grandson of the owner of the company. Like, and there were people that were nice to me, and those that I'm still close with that work there as well. But I'll be honest, people are usually nice to you when you're the grandson or the son of the owner, because, well, you're the son of the owner or the grandson of the owner. And yeah, I think on my own charm, they probably warmed up to me, because I've always had kind of a charm, even though maybe when I was younger I was a little bit saltier, a little bit angrier about things in the world. And, well, I still am angry, but I'm a lot more mature now. I wasn't as mature back then. But anyways, yeah, so, I mean, I can understand how people would just, I guess, had like a professional, like, relation with me working at my papa's. But I didn't exactly feel like I belonged there, you know. I never really did, you know. I mean, I appreciate everything my grandfather had done for me. And, you know, I wanted nothing more than to go into the business because of everything my grandfather had done for me and everything my grandfather had taught me, you know. Because I looked up to my grandfather, you know. I learned a great deal from him. So I did feel like I was kind of letting him down by not following in the family in his footsteps. But in the end, it wasn't for me. But that first, I guess, that month of waiting to hear back from the radio stations, you know, I was starting to, I guess, it was a little depressing. I'll be honest. Looking back at it now, I was a little depressed because I don't know if I think I was in between summer and fall, the summer and fall schedule, because my internship was in the summer. Yeah, and that's probably the case, because it was probably like, yeah, I was probably getting everything set up for the fall, you know, the classes I was going to take, because I was still in college.
It's locked.
But, yeah, so that first month of waiting felt like an eternity. With me trying to come up with a new plan. Like, okay, well, what am I going to do now? What am I supposed to do in my life? Because I was like, I got nothing. I don't know what to do. And I think at the time I was also, because I think it was during the Jubilee, right? Because I think 2000 was Jubilee, just like 2000. 25. Last year was also Jubilee in the Catholic Church. And I was also working on finishing that because I'd done first communion, first confession when I was a kid. And I kind of dropped off. And for some reason, I became interested in being a Catholic again. Well, I missed two. Okay. Well, we'll find them eventually. I'm just wandering around the jungle just rambling. All right, let's have Deckard.
Never forget that your ultimate purpose here
I know that. I know I'm supposed to find Mephisto. Okay, don't yell at me, Deckard. That's rude. All right. Well, at least he gave me a mission. Okay, thanks, Deckard. He's like, "What are you doing? You're rambling more than me, and I like to ramble." But we all know Deckard likes to ramble. He's like, "That's my job." All right, let me move this over here. I pressed the wrong button again. Okay, gems. Okay, we got I got a gem. Okay, nice. Got a couple jewels. I'm surprised there's not a slot here for jewels. I think that's something they should have definitely had as a jewel slot. I mean, why don't they have a jewel slot? God, I got a whole bunch of potions. All right. Well, we'll get back to story time in a minute, I promise. But we need to focus on missions, okay? I'm trying to focus here. Y'all look at me like, this is you. You're the one yapping. I know. But I do appreciate y'all listening and watching me play through Diablo 2 as I reminisce. I did kind of the same thing with Outlaws. I mentioned that before, but that was during high school. So, yeah, that was a little different than this. This was during my first, second year in college. And by the way, I wasn't exactly the best college student. What a surprise to no one. My grandfather actually wanted me to go to one of the nicer colleges in Shreveport, but the requirement was a little higher, like a higher GPA and better test scores, which I did not have. And I even tried to tell him, I'm like, Paul, I don't think that I should go here. I don't think that I'm the right material. And he had connections at that college, right? And he even had me go talk to the dean or the chancellor. I forgot if the dude was a dean or a chancellor, but nice guy, you know. I had a nice conversation with him. He liked me. You know, he tried to give me a chance, but I went in and took the test, SAT or ACT, and long story short, I didn't do so well. So in the end, I had to go to the other college anyways. Well, there was like 3 colleges in the Shreveport-Bossier area. So, I mean, in the end, I knew it was going to be a waste of time, but my grandfather so badly wanted me to go to that college. But it is what it is. Okay, so what's our mission? Our mission, we got to search the spider cavern. Okay, yeah, we passed the spider cavern. Because I think it was that little webby cave thing. So I think it's over here. Yeah, because this is the spider forest. So in the spider forest is the spider cavern. So yeah, that's how I ultimately ended up in radios, because I went to the other college that had a telecommunications department. So yeah, back to my waiting. Yeah, the waiting really sucked, and I was having to start coming up with a backup plan. And I was also, like I said, working on getting through my confirmation, you know, and it was a lot easier to do thanks to Jubilee. So I did that. So I went through that, but I'm not really a Catholic anymore. I'm more of a, like I've mentioned before, an agnostic, or reincarnationist, because I do believe in reincarnation. I believe in things, but like I don't really buy into like organized religion anymore. But about a month goes by. I guess I'm getting ready to go back to college. And then I finally get a phone call randomly from the promotions director at the time, because I did some interning work for her too, because it was the promotions director, it was several program directors, it was the engineer that I did stuff for just about anybody that needed an intern to help them with something. You know, I was the guy that they called upon. But yeah, I got a phone call and they're like, hey, you know, we have an opening now. Would you be interested in coming to work here part-time? And of course I jumped on it right away, you know, and the rest, as they say, is history, you know, and I got into radio part-time, and then I started off doing promotions and doing weekend overnights at the rock station, made some really good friends. And then eventually, I moved up and eventually was able to get a job down in Baton Rouge, and eventually became a night guy and a music director. Went to a few concerts. Once again, I made some good friends. good memories, life lessons. So there's definitely a lot of things I learned from my days in radio that are still with me. And I feel like one of them is, my ability to talk, right? Because that's one of the lessons I learned, is that one of the worst things you can do as a DJ or a radio personality is not say anything. And I definitely got better and better at doing that. Well, better than the first time when I was really nervous and I'd write, so the first time I started the weekend overnights, I was a lot more nervous about doing that than the 2-hour college show. Because the 2-hour college show, there was maybe a small handful of people actually tuning in. And I actually had some people at the nursing home would call in sometimes because I guess they were just lonely. And they would just call to talk to me. And in between breaks, I would talk to them. And sometimes they would request something. I'm like, I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm not, I don't have that music. I'm sorry. I was like, okay. But I felt bad for them, But there's a difference between that little 2-hour show on, I guess, college, cable access, right? And then doing, actual weekend overnights in a radio station on air from midnight to 6 a.m. And so what my friend had me do, well, he's my friend now, but back when he was my mentor, my boss, my superior, he had me write out my breaks. He's like, all right, so the first time you do this, the first few weeks or months, you're going to write out your breaks on a piece of paper, like this. Piece of paper, you write out your breaks, or you write out exactly what you said, and then, sometime next week, we're going to get together, and we're going to go over your air check, and I'm going to tell you what you did right and what you did wrong and what you need to work on. And so, he did that, and yeah, I was nervous. I was nervous the first few air shifts. Absolutely. And it was surreal, doing it overnights. And I guess I became a night owl from doing it overnights. And for the longest time, I had struggled after that, to have a normal sleep hours, from nights to eventually doing nights and other responsibilities. But yeah, I mean, I learned a lot and I came a long ways. And, I fully intended on continuing my radio career, but it didn't work out, sadly. But the 2000s, I always look back fondly, when I got to go to New York and when I got to be in radio, the first year of radio, and the friends I made and the experiences I had and the good times, the good times. But, I mean, I was trying to look and see what other stuff had come out in the 2000s. Like 2000, not the 2000s, just the year 2000, right? So I was trying to come up with a list of games, and I'm sure I was playing quite a few games from the 90s, because at the time I had my PC, and I could be wrong, but I think I still had my N64. I had some N64 games, and I think the PS2 came out. I think the PS2 is 26 years old. I think that was at the recording of this video, this 26th anniversary. So that's pretty awesome. And I think it was a year later when I got a PS2 finally. Or maybe it was during Christmas 2000 when I got a PS2. But I don't think I had one in the summer of 2000. Because I played a lot of video games Diablo II, for example. And, oh yeah, I gotta get more goats. My goats are dead. And now they're back. So yeah, I had to focus a lot on Diablo 2 back then. And, The Sims came out. Okay, I had to write that down. But I was trying to find, any other game I might have been playing in that time period that came out around the 2000s. And that was, the one game I could come up with. And I'm sure there was one of the Civilization games. I think it might have been Civilization 2. I think I had that one as well. I could be mistaken, but I think it was Civilization 2. But, the other games I probably were playing was... Wait a minute. No, the GameCube also was out. So I think it may have also had a GameCube because I had the GameCube, right? And I had a little screen for it, that you would have on top of the GameCube, and it was a little monitor that you could hook up to the GameCube to kind of take it with you to watch it. Yeah, so I did have a GameCube. Okay, so maybe I gave away my N64 to a friend or a family member, and I was just playing games on the on the GameCube. Because I had like Mario Sunshine, I had a Zelda. What Zelda game was it? I forgot what Zelda game came out. I think I had that Zelda game, but yeah, there was a few games that came out with the GameCube. So I think I had a GameCube and my PC. But yeah, then it was like months later, or maybe a year later, when I finally got my hands on. I need to get my hands on a fucking key. Let me go do that real quick. So let's do that. All right, go back to town. Okay. Yeah, we need some keys. Because that looks like an important chest. So I might want to grab keys. All right, and we'll just put this back over here. I need to get him to identify these gems. Some of these gems may actually be decent. Let's go back to the game. I'm opening this. Mine. Okay. Nothing really special here. Okay. So we're in the arachnid layer. Okay. I don't think we're supposed to be in the arachnid layer. Oh, spider cavern. Oh yeah, yes, of course. I'm in the wrong place, but we'll get there eventually. So yeah, I think it was the GameCube that I had, but then later on I would get the PS2. So yeah, what, 26 years now? The PS2 is 26 years old. That's insane. I love that console because I've mentioned it before. My friend had a PS1, Jason and his brother, back in high school, and we used to spend a lot of time like Friday, Saturday nights, all of us, just like playing Gran Turismo or the original GTA. But I never had a PS1 myself. But yeah, I was very excited whenever the PS2 came out, and it was amazing because it also played DVDs, and I had like a ton of DVDs. I had a lot of DVDs back then. I was crazy with DVDs. I developed a bit of a problem that problem's still with me. I've got like boxes in my garage of DVDs and Blu-rays and TV shows, like so many TV shows, like the entire series of I think all the Star Treks, not the new Treks. Nah, sorry, don't have those. I got the original series. I got Next Gen. I got Deep Space Nine. I got Voyager. I got Enterprise. I think I got all the SG-1s. Knight Rider. What else do I got? I think I got all the MacGyvers. I got Farscape. I got all the Battlestar Galacticas. By the way, I've been watching Katie Sackhoff, who played Starbuck in Battlestar Galactica. I've been watching her and her husband do reaction videos where they go back and they watch previous episodes of Battlestar Galactica. And they react to them I think on her YouTube and on her Patreon. So she does it on both. And it's kind of cool seeing it from her perspective because, like, when you're an actress, right, or an actor, like, a lot of times they don't actually watch the TV show or the movie until, like, years later. All right, we finally made it to the spider cavern, okay, finally, after all these years. And so it's interesting to see her mindset of where she is now and where she was back then. So that part I find fascinating. Because, like, she knew, obviously, recording the episode, she knew about this and that, but it's obviously different when you're recording your own scenes over these, from the miniseries to the all the different, was it 4 seasons, or I think it was 4 seasons. And a couple of TV episodes. There's like 2 TV movies, I think, that they made. But yeah, I watched the miniseries, and I'm going to start watching, well, whatever episode she puts on her YouTube channel, I'll definitely check out. All right, let's rank this. Well, let's make sure the path is clear first before I rank up. Yep. Let's kill you bastards. I need a safe space from all you spiders. All right, do we feel safe over here? Okay, I feel safe over here. So let me do the old skill tree. So I'm going to hold on to my skill points right now. I think we made that decision. But we will spin these. So let me get vitality up a little bit. There and there. So yeah, I've been enjoying those videos. So I'll probably keep watching them. If she keeps putting out the videos of her and her husband reacting, then I will definitely keep watching them. All right, so we grabbed something in the old, was it the eyeball? Caleb's eye? Okay, hold to sort. Drop, close menu. Quest log. Search for, oh, I gotta find the brain now. Okay. So the brain's in a different place. I guess I'm looking for their body parts. Oh boy. Just have to get all the pieces and put them back together like Humpty Dumpty. But yeah, I've got quite a bit of DVDs and Blu-rays. I meant to sell them, but I just never got around to selling them. So sadly, they just sit in boxes in my garage. I mean, I don't even know if they're still any good anymore. But I guess going back to the topic, yeah, that was one of the reasons why I really liked the PS2. Whenever I eventually got a PS2, was it had its own built-in DVD player. And I already had DVDs prior to that because I had an actual DVD player. And my first DVD set was the Nightmare on Elm Street movies, and I still got that set. But yeah, I love DVDs. Well, back in the day, I never really was as much of a fan as Blu-rays as DVDs for some reason. I don't know why. I just like DVDs better. But yeah, a ton of movies and TV shows on DVD. Too freaking many. But yeah, good times back in the day. But some of the games I did eventually get for my PS2. Now, this may not be all the games, because I probably got a few other games I'm forgetting about. But the main ones, but now these did not come out in, well, one of them came out in 2001, GTA 3, which is, a month after 9/11. It kind of ties into the conversation we were having a moment ago about my summer 2000 New York trip. Whereas a year later, well, the attack happens, and one of the historically significant things that happened, along with the deaths of 3,000 innocent people, was the two towers collapsing and World Trade Center 7. What? Nothing. I didn't say anything. And also the Pentagon being hit, and Flight 93 crashing over Pennsylvania. But yeah, then a month later, that's when GTA 3 comes out. So yeah, that's when things, I think, started to get bad. Whenever those attacks happened. I mean, the world wasn't perfect in the 90s or the 2000s. But I can look back now. And I feel like that's when things started to go bad. Incrementally, mind you. Of course, that was horrific what happened. And I'll never forget that day on 9/11. Because I was on my way to class, right? And say I was working part-time in the radio station. I've been there for like a year at this point because I interned in the summer 2000, and like a month later I got hired part-time. So fast forward to 2001. I've been in radio for a year, still working on college, still trying to do that. And then I was about to leave the Wren house to go to college because I had like a business class in the morning, right? And my grandfather calls me. He's like, hey, I need you to stop by the house for a minute. And I was surprised because I thought he was probably already on his way to work because it was a Tuesday. And it was a beautiful day. And then he tells me, I really need you to stop by the house. There's something going on. And I'm like, okay, Papa, I'll be right there. Because his house was basically on the way to the college anyways. And I was listening to one of the radio stations, and one of the morning guys on the radio station was talking about the Pentagon being on fire. And I'm like, what the hell's going on? And then I walk inside at Papal's house. Papal and Granny are there watching TV. And I think at the time, one of the towers had already been hit. So smoke was coming off the first tower. And I believe when we were watching that shortly after, I think that's when the second tower was hit. Because at first, people just thought it was a terrible accident, right? But, I mean, by then, I think it was common knowledge. And again, maybe I'm getting it wrong. It was like 2 decades ago. But the point is, the attacks were happening that morning. And I still had to go to college. And it was out there in Bossier, by the way. Not too far from Barksdale, where Riley and I have gone to the Liberty Air Show. Both in 2021 and 2023, before we moved away from Shreveport to live here in Hill Country, Texas. But anyways, so went to business class. Obviously, we weren't doing anything in business class except for watching the TV and talking about what had happened. And we had been dismissed, right? They decided, you know what, we're dismissing everybody. Basically, almost every school in the country was being dismissed because of what had happened in New York and Washington, D.C., and in Pennsylvania. And I was walking outside, and I saw fighter jets fly overhead. And by the way, this is a true story. This actually happened. This is my 9/11 story, all the way in Bossier City, Louisiana. And Barksdale Air Force Base is a bomber base, home of the B-52 bombers. And we were used to seeing B-52s flying around. Hard to believe how old those things are. Those things are ancient, but they're still in the air. But to see fighter jets was very unusual. And then I looked past the fighter jets and I saw a big, giant 747, a blue 747, landing in Barksdale. And yes, it was Air Force One. Long story short, Air Force One. At the time, they had no idea where President Bush was because of the attacks. Some people said that he was still in the air. Some people said that like maybe Air Force One was being pursued or threatened. We didn't know what the hell was going on, right? But ultimately, yeah, President Bush landed at Barksdale Air Force Base. And I even called the radio stations and I told them this. And they're like, well, they haven't confirmed it yet, so we're not going to report it because, for the president's safety, But sure enough, I think about an hour or two later, I went straight to the radio station and I was there like most of the night, working and doing whatever I could to help out. Either making coffee or like doing breaks late at night or whatever they needed me to do, I was doing. But an hour or two after I got to the radio station, I think that's when the president officially made his speech to the nation after the attacks, and it was from Barksdale Air Force Base. So, yeah, that's my 9/11 story. I've mentioned it before, but yeah, it's crazy. The world we live in, compared to the world that could have been. I always thought about that. Like, and I'm a big fan of like history. I love history. It's one of the few subjects in school that I was decent at. But I often think about what if scenarios, and I also enjoy history channels and alternate history channels like Alternate History Hub with Cody. That's one of the big ones. And I've always wondered, like, well, what if 9/11 never happened? What kind of world would we be living in if 9/11 didn't transpire? Probably a better world. I hate to say that. I'd imagine if there are parallel universes and different timelines, if 9/11 didn't happen, maybe a worse attack would have occurred if that would have been stopped. A far worse calamity. Maybe there would have been nukes, right? Who knows? I would like to believe that the world would be a better place if that terrible day did not occur at all. But unfortunately, it is what it is, It happened, and I think everything that has transpired since is because of what happened on that terrible day. Especially what you see happening, well, I don't really want to talk about what's been happening. Some of you are fully aware of it. I'm not happy with the way things have gone. I'm trying not to be political, but it's just crazy. It's just insane how bad things are. Sometimes it does make me wish I could just go back to the past. Maybe a distant past. I don't know. I thought about that. Like, where would I go? Like, would I be like Marty and Doc and go back to the times of the Wild West? Be a cowboy again, right? Yeah, during my phase. Oh, it's just a phase, guys. I don't think I want to because, well, I kind of like the internet. I could live without the internet because I grew up without the internet. But I've grown accustomed to having the internet. And other creature comforts that we take for granted, like indoor plumbing, heating, air conditioning, lighting, video games, TV shows, movies. So I really don't know how I'd feel about going back into the past, a distant past far from here. Maybe not as far. Maybe I could go to the 70s, right? And just chill there before I was born. Then I would probably do something to screw up my own timeline and I would never exist, knowing me. So I'd have to be very mindful about who I interact with. And even one little thing could change things for the worse, speaking of like what if scenarios and all timey-wimey. But I also am interested in like time travel shows like Doctor Who, Back to the Future. Time Tunnel, I never was a Time Tunnel fan. That was actually one of the shows I watched late at night whenever I would intern, like Saturday night, like Friday night, Saturday mornings, Saturday night, Sunday mornings, midnight to 6 a.m. Was the Sci-Fi Channel back when it had a lot more older sci-fi stuff late at night, like Ray Bradbury, Twilight Zone, Outer Limits, and of course Time Tunnel. I never cared for Time Tunnel. Never. It just wasn't for me. I tried to get into Time Tunnel, but I just did not like that show. So anytime Time Tunnel came on, I'm like, okay, I'm out. Like some Ray Bradbury, of course I'd watch that. And absolutely Twilight Zone, Outer Limits, and some other shows. I think Mystery Science Theater was also on at times. I loved Mystery Science Theater back in the day. In sci-fi, that's where Farscape came on. I loved Farscape. Like the other day, Riley and I were reminiscing about Farscape. I mean, speaking of like Battlestar Galactica, which also was on Sci-Fi before Battlestar Galactica, there was Farscape, and I used to have a mad crush on Chiana. I'm not gonna lie. And it's funny because on Facebook a few days ago, I randomly came across a cosplayer. And look, I don't go looking for cosplayers, okay? It just happened to randomly pop up, all right? And, like, she had done a really good crossplay of Chiana. Like, she looked almost exactly like Gigi Edley's Chiana. I was like, wow, that's pretty good. I was thoroughly impressed. And it takes a lot to impress me. Like, yeah, I mean, a lot of cosplayers out there, they spend a lot of time and effort and money, like making themselves look like this character or that character. And some of them are pretty good. Some of them not so much. But like her Chiana was spot on. She looked like Chiana. Plus she got the Chiana's little moves down really good. So she was obviously a Chiana fan. So that was really, really impressive. But that was a great show. I loved Farscape. But yeah, I'm trying to remember any movies that came out in the 2000s. I did look up a list, I think, earlier. Well, I was just curious before I started recording. I'm like, okay, what stuff did happen in the 2000s? Besides the presidential election, because at the time, Clinton was still president. Oh yeah, that does remind me of a quick story. On my way home from New York, I know we're jumping around the place, so I do apologize for that. But I do have another Air Force One story. And it was I was about to leave New York, right? I was hopping on the plane. And it was the airport, once again, that I was supposed to land at instead of LaGuardia, because it was closer to where my aunt was at, north of New York City. But I was able to take off from that airport to head back to Louisiana. And there was a delay. Like, the plane didn't take off when it was supposed to, because Air Force One happened to be nearby. Because I guess President Clinton was nearby, and he was going somewhere. I don't know where. Who knows? Maybe he was out campaigning for Al Gore at the time, because Al Gore was, he was running for president against W. Yeah, that was controversial how that went down. I mean, for the record, I wasn't really an Al Gore fan either, but it is what it is. But yeah, our flight was delayed because of Air Force One. So that's technically my first Air Force One story, and then a year later, my second Air Force One story with W, right? So crazy times. I don't know. Am I supposed to go into that area? Because it says the Flare Jungle. I guess we'll keep going this way. But yeah, we're supposed to be looking for the brain in the Flare Jungle. I had keys. I don't know what the hell happened. I had like a ton of keys. Wait, I have a book. When I get the book. What am I doing? Is this a better book? I had this book the whole time. I didn't even think about it. Superior Tomb. I don't know. I don't know if this is a better book or a worse book. I feel like I don't like this book as much. I don't like that book. Maybe I was supposed to go into that thing. Yeah, the thing. Right. Kill the flares. Murder them. I think they definitely made the flares look different than the original version of the flares back in the day. Because that's one thing they did change in one of the many things they changed in the remake was the design of certain creatures, and the flares absolutely look different. I mean, they're still small, scary little Chuckies, But facially, they look a lot different. Because I think they wore masks in the original version. I think there's a way to switch it. Like, how do I switch it? No, that's not good. There's a way to switch it. Is it with one of the... Okay, I've not been using that ability. Why didn't y'all tell me I still had that ability? What's up with y'all? Why would y'all do that? I trusted all of you. While I'm ranting and raving and reminiscing, you know, I thought y'all would tell me, oh, by the way, GB, you have that ability still. You know that, right? Like over an hour into this Act 3. Well, I was trying to switch to like the retro look because you can actually switch between this one and I forgot which I forgot which button it was. Like, I think I can actually do it. I'm trying to think of a button that I don't know which button it is, to be honest. Do I press down? No, it's not that way. That switches it. Ah! Dial down both? No, don't do that. Okay. I'm trying to remember, y'all, without looking it up. See, I kind of take a little pride in trying to sort this out myself. But sometimes I don't have the best of luck. Shit. Leave me alone. Little monsters. Freaking Chuckies. They're tearing me up. Okay, I found something. Balanced axe. I don't even know what I want that. Okay, we're still looking for the brain. Return this to Ormus. Okay, I have something for Ormus. Okay, so that's good. Because, you know, I kind of would like to knock out all these missions before we get to Mephisto. That would be nice. Alright. I guess, how much room do we got? You know what? Let me pick up a few things. I can sell some stuff real quick. Greater region. You know what? Let's go return that so we at least feel like we accomplished something. Oh shit, another Chucky. But you know what I'm gonna have to do? I'm probably gonna have to go and look how to change it. I don't want to, but I forgot how to do it. It's apparent that you forgot to do a lot of things. I know.
Khalid's eye.
Yeah, I got the eye. There. The eye of the tiger. Okay, that's a little far back. Okay, I admit it. Sorry. Oh yeah, let me some coffee. You're welcome. Sam, I'm helping people out. Okay, we gotta talk to Ash. Oh yeah, we gotta talk to her. She's up here. Alright, so we're gonna go up here. We're gonna talk to her. And then try to knock this mission out too. Because I don't know when I'm gonna do the next playthrough because it's been a long time since I actually played completely through this game. And who knows, this may be the last time I ever do it, you know?
Now that fewer of the iron.
Alright. I mean, I could hire an Iron Wolf, but I kind of like having my rogue. Right. How much will she offer me? 1,100 for that. I feel like this is still the better book, so I'm just gonna sell this one. I'm gonna sell this axe because I don't need this bloody axe. I have an axe to grind. And oh, you know what I should do? Actually, I should make some. Oh, she doesn't do repairs. Okay, never mind. She doesn't do repairs. All right, who does the repairs around here? Is it Ormus that does repairs? I don't know. Let's ask him. I don't think so.
This magic ring does me no good.
Oh, thanks.
Wear it proudly.
You gave me a ring. Sweet. I'll put a ring on it. Uh-oh. Does that mean I'm his wife now? Uh-oh. Well, I hope he's rich. Just kidding. Sell value. Okay, 2,100. Lightning resistant poison. Okay. Let's see what we got. Faster cast rating, 10 damage. You know, I really do appreciate the ring, Ormus, you know, and I mean, nice older, you know, bald dude, you know, what's not to like, right? But I just don't know if it's going to work out between us. Sorry, it's not you. I just don't like jungles, you know, sorry, you know. Maybe we can write, or maybe we can always be friends. That was awkward. Anyways. All right, let's see. Let's just put the ring. Well, you know, we'll keep it as a keepsake, and we'll have fond memories of my time with Ormus. You know. He's probably like, wasn't that kind of ring? Jeez. You're taking too much into it. I know. Okay. He's probably like, I'm a happily married man. Sure you are. All right. We'll put that over there. We'll move you over here. All right. Let's continue. Okay. Mission. Okay, we accomplished that. Quest complete for this one. We're still doing this one. We got to go back to the Flare Jungle. All right. Where? I don't know if who's the blacksmith. I forgot who the blacksmith is. If it's not Charcy, it doesn't really matter to me, to be honest. I guess this one thing I like about Diablo 3 is you actually take all those people with you. Yeah, he's not gonna repair shit for me. I forgot who the blacksmith was. Admittedly, the blacksmith may be down in the other part of town. Of Cursed. By the way, what's your favorite map in the game? Is it Kuros? Is it Luke Ghislaine? Is it Tristram? Is it, well, where we have yet to go in Act 4 and 5? Feel free to let me know. I don't think she's a blacksmith. No, she's not. I think she's an assassin, right? She's one of the assassins. Maybe the blacksmith. This might be the blacksmith. I think he's the blacksmith. He is the blacksmith. Okay, we found him. All right. 410 gold. All right. Well, okay, fine. I mean, he is the only blacksmith in town. So he has the ability to decide how much he charges. He doesn't have to worry about this thing called competition. And that's why we should have different consoles instead of PlayStation being the winner of the console war. Because as much as I love PlayStation, right? Because I've had, played on the PS1 with my friends when they had one. And I've had a PS2, I've had a PS4, I had a PS5 while it's still around before it dies on me. And then unfortunately I have to get a PS5 Pro. Just don't tell Riley. Anyways, yeah, I like competition, okay, and I also like Xbox, okay, because there were some games that I loved on Xbox. So instead of starting a console war, I guess I can also talk about Xbox, even though I don't think Xbox came out for another year. Was the original Xbox? Did the original Xbox come out in 2000? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think that's the case. I think it was 2001. I could be wrong. I have to look that up. But maybe I will in a minute. But the reason why I got an Xbox, the original Xbox, and some of you probably already know this because I've told this story before. But in case you're wondering, GB, why did you decide to get an Xbox when you already had a PS2? Star Wars KOTOR. Yeah, that's why. Because that game looks so freaking amazing, and I'm a huge Star Wars fan, that I had to get Star Wars KOTOR. And I heard so many good things about Star Wars KOTOR, Knights of the Old Republic. And I absolutely loved playing that game from start to finish, and all the different options you had and different story elements. It was so good. I really wish that we would get a remake. And I know the remake's been in kind of development hell for a while now. But I love the original KOTOR. And it looks so good for its time, too. It looked good. The gameplay was all right. The story was awesome. I loved the different characters. Like Ballast, I liked her. I liked Revan. And everyone else you encounter, including HK-47. Hello, meatpag. Best droid ever, right? Like who would have C-3PO or R2-D2 when you could have HK-47? I mean, he was an assassin droid, so he did serve a purpose, But that was such a good game, and yeah, I mean, I enjoy playing on the Xbox just as much as PlayStation because I had an Xbox, I had a 360. I think I mentioned that before. I had an Xbox One, and now I have an Xbox Series X. I don't really use it as much for gaming these days. I do use it whenever I'm on the treadmill, like watching YouTube videos while walking. Like whenever I'm walking, I like to have something to watch. So down in the entertainment room, like I'll just be chilling on the treadmill walking. I'll have a video up. It's a good way to pass the time, All right, so let's keep going this way. But yeah, I mean, I do have Oblivion on there, the Oblivion remaster. I do have Skyrim on there. I still have Flight Sim 2020 on there, and I think I have my version of the Xbox Series version of GTA Online on there, and I think I also have GTA 5 on there because I think that's the one I used for my 10 years later playthrough a few years ago. Yeah, so yeah, it was on Xbox because I got GTA Online for free on PS5 at the time. And then I got GTA 5 at a discount on Series X. But basically nowadays I just mostly use my Series X when I'm watching stuff on the couch, downstairs, or on the treadmill. Most of my gaming I do on the PS5. And some of you are like, well, you have a really awesome PC, GB. Why don't you use it for that? Well, you know what? I'm going to. It's funny you say that because there are a couple games that are coming out in the near future that are probably going to be available on PC that might actually be better choices to play on PC that I'm probably going to use the PC for. Wow, imagine buying a PC that's specifically for gaming to actually play video games with. Amazing. Whereas I've mostly used it for, well, live streaming, recording content, editing content, web surfing, etc. But, I mean, I feel like I've put my PC to good use. Plus, Riley got my older PC, so on the rare occasion she actually plays Wild Assault. You know, and other stuff, you know. So she has that in her office. And once she's fully recovered, then she'll probably be spending more time in her office once again. Because right now she just has her PS5 in our bedroom. Look at all these old monsters. Ah, there's so many of them. We gotta kill them all. Ah, too many of them. Not a fan of those little things. Chip Sapphire. Ah, more of them. Go away. Go away, you little bastards. Ah, there's so many of them. I think this is one of the reasons why I don't like going to the jungle. It's because these little monsters are here in large amounts. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Kurost. Not really. But yeah, well, I guess once Riley's fully healed, then she'll probably be moving her PS5 back to her office and probably doing more stuff on the computer. Because she is, like, very soon. I don't know if it's, who knows, maybe by the time I put the video out, maybe we're playing Ghost of Yote Legends on her channel. Maybe. You never know. Because I am putting these out on a weekly basis. And to be honest, I do record these a few days in advance. So it is all kind of timey-wimey. But I am committed to continuing this playthrough of Diablo II Resurrected, Reign of the Warlock. And yeah, I know, I get sidetracked. But, you know, it's my playthrough, so I can play it how I want. There. You know, it's not about the destination, it's about the journey. And I appreciate those of you that have gone on this journey with me. Alright. We'll clear out this area. And then we'll... I think we're probably in the right place. We got that. But yeah, the little Chuckies I'm not a fan of. But yeah, I guess it goes back to the old competition thing we were talking about a moment ago. Like, I feel like gamers are going to lose if Microsoft is phasing out the Xbox console. And I think that's pretty obvious now that that's what they're doing. Like, they're just going to focus on the studios they have left. They're going to use those studios to make games and probably use AI slop to make those games as they sadly let people go. And, you know, once again, corporations, like, taking over companies and downsizing and, you know, well, I mean, I haven't talked about that today, have I? Radio. Yeah, I developed a deep hatred of corporations from my time in radio. I mean, I guess I'm appreciative to the corporation I first worked for because, you know, I got a job there, but it wasn't the corporation that hired me, even though they were the ones paying my check. It was the people that worked at that company, at those radio stations that hired me. So it was still during the time when, like, radio clusters, it was called clusters back then for each market, where, like, the GMs and the operations managers and the program directors had a little bit more say back then. But as time progressed, these like general managers, operation managers, program directors would end up having less say and have to basically do exactly what the corporation overlords would tell them to do from their ivory towers in like New York City or some other major city in the US. And a lot of times these suits, these corporate suits, these CEOs, these presidents, these vice presidents didn't know what the fuck they were doing. Case in point, in Baton Rouge, we had a really good rock station. Really good rock station. It was doing well. You know, we had spent, 2 or 3 years building up that station? And we were very proud of it. And we were building a community around it. And a lot of people in the Baton Rouge area loved that station, right? We had concerts. We had big concerts, small concerts. We did contests. We had a good time, you know. It was awesome. The downfall of our radio station wasn't because of anything any of us did. Because everybody that worked at that station, like my boss, my friends, our program director, he did a great job as our program director, as our leader. You know, I did the best job I could as, I guess you could say, his second in command, his music director, night guy. And everybody at the station did their part, all the way down to the promotions people, the programmers, you know, the production crews, part-timers, all the way down to like everybody that was involved in the radio station, even the salespeople that actually sold for us. All of them did their job. You know, they did their job to get sales, to make money for the radio station. And you think that these corporations, right, would care about one thing above all else, money. If a station is making money, you leave that station alone. That would make common sense, right? If there's a station in the building that isn't making money, maybe that's the station that needs to change and the format needs to be shifted from something else or a rebrand or whatever, because that happens, unfortunately. You know, ratings go down and, you know, a lot of it is based on ratings and money being made. But we were making money. Like, our station was making money. We even had national beer money. That's how good our station was doing financially. Like, locally and for the company we were working for. By the way, it wasn't Clear Channel. I think it was Citadel, because I have my Employee of the Month award back there on the table. So maybe I'll pick that up in a minute and show you all that in a moment. Yeah, in a few minutes. Not right now, though. Okay, fine. You know what? We'll just get up real quick. Am I dying? I'm being attacked. Okay, I can't do it right now. I don't want to be killed while I'm trying to pick up my Employee of the Month award. All right. You know, let's hide over here. We'll be safe here. Let me get up real quick. Walk over to the table. Then I'll show you all my award. While we're just here hanging out. Yeah, I'm in my boxers. I don't care. Okay, so anyways, let me pull up the camera real quick. The big camera. See, there's my Employee of the Month award I got. I'm proud of it. I got one award. Would have been nice if I had more Employee of the Month awards, but you know what they say, one is better than none. So it was nice to have at least one award. Okay, let's go back to the video game. So yeah, I really enjoyed working at that station. You know, I enjoyed working up in Shreveport too, but I did love working in Baton Rouge, even though the traffic in Baton Rouge still sucks. But it was cool working in Baton Rouge because it was the capital of Louisiana. It was also home of the LSU Tigers and the Southern Jaguars, two colleges. And, you know, it was obviously a pretty impressive college town, you know, for both those schools. Good times were had. And unfortunately, the times came to an end for our station and many other stations across Citadel, not just in Louisiana, but in other markets, because of our CEO at the time. She had never been in radio before. Okay, she had zero radio experience. Like, once my internship was over in 2000, I had more experience in radio than she had at the point she was CEO of our company, right? All the way up in New York. And she decided that she had ideas for new radio station formats, new exciting formats that she came up with that nobody bothered to tell her was a bad idea. Now, it would be one thing if she would have flipped, like, radio stations that weren't performing so well. Okay, fine. Radio stations, low ratings, low revenue. Okay, those are the stations that you can play with, okay? Because you never know. Maybe Maybe there's lightning in a bottle. Maybe she's a genius. She wasn't. Basically, she's, I guess you could say she was my version of Kathleen Kennedy. But I don't know. I think I despise her even more than Kathleen Kennedy, because at least Kathleen Kennedy was in the movie industry for a few decades prior to her becoming president of Lucasfilm. But anyways, this individual, this CEO, who thought that she could come up with radio station ideas, what did she do? She took a perfectly good rock station in Baton Rouge that was making money, was doing better and better of each book in the ratings, each like few months whenever they have a new book. We were doing well. And she decided that our station was going to be one of the stations that she was going to meddle with all the way up from her ivory tower in New York and change to a completely different format. Well, you can imagine how that went. Well, everybody at the radio station that was focused on that station either had to go work at another station in the building or stick around and work on the new station after they changed the format, or they quit or were fired. And I was one of the ones that chose to quit. Now, I was offered a promotion, actually, because my friend at the time was program director of that station. That's how I got the job, by the way. It's, connections, so I'll admit that. But I still busted my ass off, and I worked really hard, while I was there. Made some new friends in Baton Rouge. I made friends in Shreveport. I made friends in Baton Rouge. But, my friend, unfortunately, he lost his job because of it. But he moved on. He found other work at other stations. But I was given the opportunity to become the assistant program director of the new station. I turned in my 2-week notice. I was not going to be part of that because we loved that station. We put so much time into that radio station. Almost everybody involved in that station went above and beyond. And it was just a tragedy what became of that station. It really was. And it was all because of some corporate suit that thought she could take her zero radio experience and create doomed formats. That, by the way, all the stations that she had ideas for that flipped, all of them failed within a few months or a year. So yeah, that went really well.
Never forget that.
So yeah, that royally pissed me off. And ever since then, it's just I didn't exactly like radios, like corporations back then, because we had to deal with enough corporate bullshit even back in those days. But when that happened, despite doing everything right, despite bending over backwards, working long hours, more than what we were expected to, and showing up to shows and concerts, and of course we would show up anyways because we wanted to go watch the shows, right? But everything we did, and all the hard work we put into that station, and the money that we were making just did not matter to some corporate bitch that happened to run our company. And you'd think it would have. Like, if I was a head of a company, right? Like, a radio corporation, and I had, hundreds of stations across the country or 1,000 stations across the country. I mean, I feel like I could probably manage those stations a lot better than she did. On the simple principle that if a station is making money and doing well in the ratings, leave it the fuck alone. But of course, she thought her shit didn't stink. And well, in the end, I'm sure she got a nice golden parachute like most of these corporate fucks do. So yeah, I'm not a big fan of corporations. Not at all. Because, that's just one example of many examples of radio stations that have been screwed over by decisions made by people at the top. And it's not just radio corporations. It's all other corporations. They do this crap. There's so many stories I've heard of this industry and that industry where a bad decision was made because somebody at the top thought they knew what they were talking about, not they knew what they were doing, and they had no real experience, and they somehow became the vice president or CEO of this company, and they had a bad idea, and nobody stopped them from carrying out the bad idea. It doesn't work out. They don't lose their job, but people underneath them get punished for it. It's such bullshit. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. All right, so we got to go to the Karost Bazaar. Okay, so I guess we just go back. Okay, so let's just use a map. We'll use a portal. Fuck it.
This is most fortunate.
Okay, so we did that. All right, we have nothing to identify. Oh yeah, I got a bow for her. Got a bow for her. Let me see if she likes this bow better. All right, 3 or 21 damage. Okay, that's pretty good. All right, what's enhanced damage is less though. It's 17 to 20. Oh come on, my stupid freaking PS5's overheating. Are you kidding me? This old girl's overheating. Unbelievable. All right, let's see. 1 hour later, I was chilling with Riley. Sorry about my hair. I should have fixed that. Like Riley was asking me to do something skull and bones for her, and I forgot to brush my hair. By the way, in case you were wondering, I was just laying in bed of her. We weren't doing anything. Okay, get your minds out of the gutter. Anyways, what are we doing? What are we doing here? What we got? Oh, we got skill tree stuff. I got points for skill tree. I got a quest log, so we were doing this. We got to go to the sewers. Oh yeah, so we were doing that. But yeah, Riley and I had a conversation about me getting a PS5 Pro while she was playing Infield and then she was playing Skull and Bones, and then she needed some materials. And on my way up, I'm like, okay, fine, I'll jump into Skull and Bones for a minute and get you those materials, I guess. Oh yeah, I know what we were doing. We were checking out this bow, right? We're seeing if this bow would be appropriate for my rogue. I don't think it would be a good idea. I mean, it does deal a bit more damage, but it does less enhanced damage. So I don't think this is. I think I'll just let her keep the one she has for now. But I mean, it does give her poison resist. It has some fire damage and attack rating, so that's better. But she gets more attack rating with the other bow that she has. She has plus like 59 attack rating, then plus 18 attack rating on this bow. So I feel like this bow, this long battle bow, I'm just gonna dump it in the warehouse somewhere. Yeah, let's put it here. Like I said earlier, one day I'll get back to that. Okay. All right, so now we got to go to the sewers. I hope my PS5 doesn't reheat again. And Riley's like, oh, well, I guess we got to clean the PS5s. Yeah, I know. But I don't know. I do feel like eventually I'm going to have no choice but to get a PS5 Pro. I mean, for one thing, I am going to be covering GTA 6 in November, if we make it to November at this point with the way the world's going. But my plan is to cover and play GTA 6, and I feel like GTA 6 is going to look its best on the PS5 Pro as opposed to the regular PS5 Pro. But I think it'll be fine on the regular PS5. But it's probably going to be just a little bit better on the Pro. And the truth is, apparently it's going to be a while before we even get the PS6. Like, at least 2 years from now or 3 years, who knows? But, oh yeah, we were talking about consoles, right? And corporations and all that good stuff. So yeah, it is unfortunate that it seems like going forward, once we get the PS6, that there most likely won't be an Xbox successor. Because I think Microsoft's really screwed the pooch. And I think that's going to be very bad when it comes to competition, as we were discussing earlier before the PS5 overheated. And I lost my train of thought, but, you know, that happens. All right, where is the damn sewers at? Like, honestly, I don't know where the sewers at.
Not in town.
Because it's been a quick minute since I've been to Kurost, okay? So, yeah, and it's my least favorite of the maps, so you have to forgive me for not remembering entirely. So, sewers under the bazaar. Okay. So, is the bazaar in the middle? Maybe. I think so.
Good day.
So, is it... I mean, we have this thing glowing.
Not in town.
I mean, this is a temple. It's like a pyramid. Is this what they're referring to, or is the bazaar somewhere else? It might be somewhere else. It might not even be here. Maybe nowhere near the docks. but I'm just looking before we part ways. But yeah, it could be somewhere else. I don't even know what we're doing, to be honest. We're just rambling.
Greetings.
Yeah, okay, I'm convinced it's not here. So we're gonna go to the waypoint, and we're just gonna go wherever. That's what we're going to do. And once again, thank you to everybody that's watching. Oh, okay, we haven't even made it to the bazaar yet. Yeah, y'all can tell I haven't played Act 3 in a quick minute. It's been a while. I mean, I did 2 playthroughs, right? I got to Act 2 on my first playthrough, then I stopped, I never went back. And then, admittedly, my my first playthrough with Resurrected, I stopped because other things came up. And I never continued it with the sorceress, okay? So, you know, shit happens. But back in the day, I used to play the hell out of this game, like we were talking about back in, 2000, 2001. And even, like, years later, like, I played this game a ton of times. I keep forgetting to grab more keys. Oh, well, it's not the end of the world. But yeah, I mean, it's crazy what the world is like now compared to the world that we're currently living in. And it feels like every week I do another episode lately. It's like some more shit happens. Like Act 1, there was shit happening. And then when I was recording Act 2, shit was happening. And then at the recording of Act 3, more shit is happening. If we survive the 2020s, which I hope we do, I hope that we eventually reach a decade where nothing happens. Or those of us that are lucky enough to survive, or I don't know if we'll be lucky with the state of where the world's going to be by then. But those of us that make it to the 2030s, I just hope that it's boring. Maybe, I don't know. At this point, it just seems like, I said this earlier. It's like every year in the 2020s is competing for, like, how much worse it can get than the previous year. Granted, there have been good years. There have been good things that have happened in these years. I mean, I've had some good things happen in my life, but, we've all had a lot of bad things that have happened too. But the bad is certainly, it feels like it's outweighing the good in so many different ways. Like from, it started off with the pandemic and the corruption and the wars and the economy and unemployment and the rise of AI and how that's gotten out of control. A green belt, I'll take that. That might be good. You never know. I can identify it. Okay, let me do that real quick. Right. I could use a better belt. Okay. What do we got? It's definitely a better defense belt. I don't know if I want to swap it out, though. Let's keep going. Maybe take that mana with me. All right. But yeah, the 2020s has been very eventful and not in a good way. Not at all. All right, let's keep her going. See what's this way. Yep. More monsters to kill. There. I mean, for the record, we will probably end up cleaning our PS5s. We meant to a while back, but we didn't get around to it. And I intend to make my PS5 last as long as I can, but I do feel like there's a possibility I may have to replace it. And, that sucks, especially with the way things are going right now. But you gotta do what you gotta do, I guess. It's not exactly at the top priority of things that I'm doing right now in real life. There are far more important things I'm kind of focused on. Besides, maybe there'll be a sale or some sort of good deal or something. I don't know. I mean, to be honest, I would prefer like a PS5 Pro that actually had a built-in disc drive, because I do still have a few PS4, PS5 games that require a disc. And I think we were here already. Yeah, we were here already. We've been here before, Gandalf. Alright. Did we go down there? Or no? I don't know. Did I go down there into the suspicious little hole? I think we did go down there. Okay, so we've been here. Been there, done that, and we didn't get a T-shirt. I think we got a brain. We got this brain. I mean, I don't know. I think I'd rather have gotten a T-shirt. So I guess we're going to have to backtrack a little bit. Just slowly but surely head back this way. But yeah, I turned the fan on a little bit in here. It's an older fan. I've been meaning to replace it for a quick minute. I just haven't gotten around to it. So I don't exactly put it at full speed because it's kind of noisy at full speed and it kind of wobbles a little bit. It's very annoying. Alright. Let's burn these birdos. Burn, birdos! Burn! Alright. They're cooked. There we go. Yeah, just as y'all may have noticed, I'm kind of ignoring a lot of the stuff that's on the ground, and I'm doing so intentionally because, as I've been talking about, I'm trying to break free of my looting habit. And it's just annoying to have to go back to the camp every 5 seconds anyways. And I had a problem doing that in the past. Ooh, a flawed diamond. Very nice indeed. Let me move that. See, I definitely need a better belt that can hold more, like, yeah, it can hold more potions. So I'm hoping to get a better one before we get to Act 4. Because I do feel like my drip leaves a lot to be desired here. But I haven't really found anything really good, though, for the most part. Some decent stuff, but this far into Act 3, I mean, you think I'd be doing a little bit better in the drip department. But, you know, it's whatever. Got these bastards. Just a lot of the stuff I've seen are just, it's not very good. Alright, let me grab that key then. But if I get better stuff, I get better stuff. That, you know, it happens. A grand, I don't want the amulet. I don't want the grand charm. If it's blue, I'm not gonna bother. If it's better than blue, then okay. Don't fucking care. Alright, I guess we'll go this way. Through the flare jungle. Alright, so we'll see. I guess we're going to have to go around. Okay, we'll go back around. Leave that crap on the ground. Not worth the space. Alright, there they are. Little Chucky dolls. Bastards. Alright. They must all die. Die, you bastard. Alright. Quite a few of them here. Right. Hey, be mindful of my health. Alright, let's keep going. Not my goats! Leave my goats alone! Alright, kill the shaman over there. Oh boy. Continue to fight our way through the little Chuckies. Alright, so yeah, they were over here a moment ago. Okay. So hopefully we're heading the right way. Kick them baskets. They're probably angry about me kicking their baskets. Say, no, not our baskets! Do you know how long it took us to make those? I don't fucking care. Little Chucky fuckers. Alright. I'll keep going. Oh, more over here? Okay. Kill them! Kill them, goatmen! Slay the little bastards! There. Alright, so nothing over here. So this... yoink. I'll grab that. I guess before coming over here, we'll come back here and revisit this area. Make sure we got it nice and cleared out before we proceed across the bridge. Never know, we might miss something. Ooh, see, we got some gold here. See, it's a good thing we came over here. I had a good idea for once. It's over here, not much. Okay, I guess both these bridges are taking us to the same area. All right. All right. We'll loop over here real quick and just clear this spot out from any riffraff that might be lurking over here. Just in case. You never know. I don't want anyone to feel left out, you know, in my slaying and hacking and slashing. Okay, admittedly, it's mostly the goatmen doing the hacking and slashing. I'm just here for moral support, really. But I guess going into Act 3, my thoughts about the Warlock? Yeah, it's okay. I mean, it's fine. I mean, it's not my favorite class that I've played in Diablo 2. But I mean, it's a little different, but it's also similar to like to the Necromancer in some ways. Not entirely, but also a little similar, kind of, sort of, to the Druid. Maybe not. It seems to have more in common to me to the Necromancer, right? Because it's a range, like it's a general that basically doesn't really get involved in the fighting, prefers to stay back in a reasonable, safe distance. Whereas the Druid can go both ways. He can have his own minions like wolves, or you can build him to go on the attack. So it works either way for the Druid. But it seems like to me, well, at least this is maybe the build you can do it differently, because I mean that's one of the cool things about the game is each class has some slight variations of builds. Is that with the way I'm doing my version of the Warlock is that I'm focusing predominantly on beefing up, you know, the demons, right? The goatmen. Trying to get them strong. Trying to eventually get, I guess, the bound demon. And maybe get like 3 demons on the field. Hopefully before I reach Diablo. I think that's going to be Act 4. Yeah, we'll be fighting Diablo in the next act. First things first, though. We gotta find Mephisto, right? Yeah, we don't want to get ahead of ourselves. Like, what design of Mephisto do y'all like more? Do y'all like his Diablo 2 design? Or do you like the way he looks in, I guess, the upcoming expansion to Diablo 4? I think they both look cool. But he does, I guess, look a little bit more, I guess, a little bit beefier. Like, the new version of him. It's like, he's really like, you'll notice this in a little bit eventually when we get to Mephisto. He's kind of a thin guy, you know. He's very, very thin. But it does seem like the Diablo 4 version of Mephisto has been hitting the gym. Been really focusing on that upper body because he only has an upper body. You know, he doesn't have to worry about leg day. God, I wish I need to get back to the gym. I really need to get back in the gym. I miss the gym. I used to work out in the gym like 2 or 3 days a week back in Shreveport. And whenever I moved to Hill Country, Texas, I planned on continuing to get back in the gym, find a new trainer. But, you know, things have happened over the past few years and time has gone by and I haven't gotten around to it. Unfortunately. And I really need to. I mean, I am trying to walk more again because I go through these spurts of walking and then I go through these spurts of not walking as much, and I really do need to walk more. I mean, Riley's walking a lot now ever since her, you know, recovery from her operation, and she's getting better at walking. And I have a friend of mine, you know, who's also walking more now, and he was struggling like a few months ago because he was having health issues, and he's walking way more now than he was a few months ago. So. I mean, if they can do it, I can do it. I'm not that far gone yet. I just need to lose a few pounds. I'm not fat. I'm plus size. Or fun size. Anyways. So yeah, that's something. You know what? Since the spring's approaching, you know, and Riley's getting better, I do want her and me to start walking around the neighborhood again. Because I do walk on the treadmill, as I was talking about earlier. In fact, probably once I'm done with Act 3 tonight, I'll probably, you know, make up for sitting on my butt by going on the treadmill for a minute. Just to get some cardio in me. Because I desperately need it. I was watching an interesting video like last night. Like, I forgot the name of the channel. I'll watch some random channels there. And there's this one channel that was critiquing like Jurassic World Rebirth. And like what is missing from Jurassic World Rebirth and some of these other like Jurassic movies that made the first movie so amazing. And as a dinosaur enjoyer, as some of you know, because I used to be I still am into dinosaurs, and I love the Jurassic movies for the most part. There's some I don't like, but the original one is the best one easily. Jurassic Park, and then Lost World. I like Lost World, and Jurassic Park 3 is good, and then Jurassic World's all right. It's okay, but then to me it goes all downhill after that, like Fallen Kingdom, Dominion, and Rebirth. It's like I don't. But I think the point is that the wonder has been lost, right? Yeah, it's just been lost. Because when you think of dinosaurs, that's what I really enjoyed about the first one is, and I'm sure most of you have watched Jurassic Park. If you haven't, what are you doing? It's like the very when Alan and Dr. Sadler and Ian get to the island, right, and they first see the Brachiosaurus, and that part is really cool. It still holds up to this day, surprisingly. So grab that. Grab a few things. Okay. Man, Laura Cross is huge. And that just seems to be something that's been lost in these past few movies. It's like you can look at Jurassic World, right? And the whole premise of Jurassic World was like, what if the park actually did open it? What if like everything went fine? But I mean, obviously everything didn't go fine in the first movie. But years later, they try again with Jurassic World, and Jurassic World works out, whereas Jurassic Park obviously didn't go so well. But then the whole notion that people would start getting tired of dinosaurs. Look, people still go to zoos. People still go to safaris to see the same animals that we've been sharing this planet with for a quick minute, like elephants and lions and giraffes and hippos and crocodiles and bears and wolves and foxes, antelope. The list goes on, and people still go to zoos. They still go to safaris. They still go to animal parks. So the interest hasn't died down for the quote-unquote regular animals. So that's one thing I never really could buy in Jurassic World, was that interest in the dinosaurs was waning, especially since the dinosaurs could still only be found and located. Like, you can only go see the dinosaurs in one spot on the planet, which was, Isla Nublar, which was home of Jurassic Park and then later Jurassic World. So that just, even from the get-go, that didn't make any sense. And then making a freaking hybrid monster. And that was a point that this guy made in his video, and I really wish I remembered his channel, so I feel bad about that, but he made a very good point. It's like Steven Spielberg, right? He treated the dinosaurs like animals, not monsters, not creatures, but dinosaurs, because they were animals. They once roamed on our world millions of years ago. It was their world long before it was ours. And they weren't monsters. Even like the carnivores weren't monsters. Just, they just existed just like the herbivores did, or just like all the other dinosaurs are flying reptiles, the pterosaurs. And that's one thing I appreciated about those movies. I mean, yeah, the T-Rex was scary, and so are the raptors and the Dilophosauruses, but at the end of the day, they were just predators, similar to, like we were talking about a moment ago, lions, tigers, and bears. Oh my! But people haven't gotten bored of lions, tigers, and bears, and leopards, and cougars, and crocodiles, alligators. People still find them fascinating, and people obviously rightfully are afraid of those animals. And hey, you have every right to be afraid because they're apex predators, and they can easily take us out if we're in the wrong place, right? So I have a great deal of fear and respect for the apex predators that exist. I mean, especially the house cat, which is definitely the apex predator. And if the cat was like somehow magically increased in size to like a kaiju, we would all be cooked. The cat would just be knocking over buildings as playthings and stomping on people for fun. Y'all know that to be true. All right, so we explored all of this. So we're trying to find the sewers. So I guess we're going to the center. All right, take these assholes out. There we go. So yeah, I never really got that whole point of Jurassic World. I mean, Jurassic World was all right. I mean, like I said, it's a decent sequel, but then it just gets worse from there because then they just continue to rely on the monster of the movie, like with the Indoraptor in the next one. The Indoraptor is easily my least favorite. I hated Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom. Plus the whole like premise of this island which has not had any volcanic activity in centuries or who knows how long, all of a sudden Isla Nublar is about to erupt. I mean, that's just a plot convenience. And the truth is, like, the entire theme of Fallen Kingdom is just a ripoff of Lost World, where it's a race against time to save the dinosaurs. But Lost World did it way better. So that always felt like Fallen Kingdom was just like Temu Lost World. And by extension, you could say that Jurassic World is Temu Jurassic Park, right? It's just like a lesser version of practically the same thing, but nowhere near as good. And then Dominion. I mean, I guess the idea of the dinosaurs and humans ultimately having to coexist. Okay, I kind of get that. But then they undo that in Rebirth. I never watched Rebirth, but I've watched reviews of Rebirth because I heard it was so bad that I just didn't want to waste my time because of how disappointed I was with Fallen Kingdom and Dominion. I'm like, nah. Like, if I would have heard really, really good things about Rebirth, then I would have given it a chance, but I obviously didn't hear anything good about it. So I'm like, screw it. No, thank you. You won't be getting my time or my money this time. But, apparently other people disagreed, and, they went and they spent their time and money on Rebirth because it made a lot of money. And apparently it's part of a new trilogy. So, I mean, I hope that the next movie is better. But, like, I just don't like it when a movie undoes something that was already established. Like the whole coexisting of dinosaurs and dinosaurs thriving. And then there's some sort of plot convenience. Now they're not thriving anymore. Even though they had a logical explanation as to how the dinosaurs could theoretically die in the first movie, in the first book, the Lysing contingency, that basically went out the window. And it is, they do try to explain it in the second movie. I think Dr. Harding, like Sarah, she explains that, there's plants that have lysine in it on Isla Sorna. And since the herbivores eat the plants and the carnivores eat the herbivores, that's how they're able to survive, because they're still technically getting their lysine, I guess organic style. But then Jurassic World, I guess they decided to do away with the whole lysine contingency. Yeah, that word. All right, so we're in Lower Kurwash, but I'm having a bit of a bother. Spolta Bolta. We have to get to the bazaar, so where's the bazaar at? Because I've roamed around this entire area, and I'm trying to find the sewers. So where is the bloody sewers at? So we'll just have to keep looking. So, yeah, I mean, I know they're just movies. I get it. But, I've always had like I guess a sentimental thing when it comes to dinosaurs because I loved dinosaurs when I was a kid, and even before Jurassic Park came out, the book and the movie, I read the book, and Lost World, I read that book too. It, for the most part, it's very different than the movie. All right, now we're going to the bizarre. Okay, cool, but yeah. So I'm sure they'll make another Jurassic World movie, a sequel to Rebirth. But whether or not I bother to go watch it, at this point I don't know. Probably not. Unless it's just really, really good. So I don't know if I'll bother. But it's just the whole, it just feels like they've kind of lost sight of, you know, why people liked watching the first movies, right? It's because people generally love dinosaurs, and they love seeing the dinosaurs, you know? And they want to believe that the dinosaurs could be brought back, you know, even if it's not really possible. I mean, maybe one day it will happen through science. I mean, because we do know that, you know, dinosaurs, the survivors, did evolve into birds. So it is possible that deep within the DNA of modern birds is the means to bring back the dinosaurs. Maybe. Let me kill this asshole. But I don't know if that's a good idea, because that was kind of the point of the book and the movie, well, the first movie, was, you know, the folly of man, right? Of us doing something that we could do, but not stopping to think whether or not we should do it. Just like Ian Malcolm talked about in the first movie. So that is the issue. Like, should we actually do that? Should we actually bring back dinosaurs? Should we actually allow AI to go as far as it's going and control everything in our life now, like from like silly videos and photos to like military contracts? Yeah, I mean, I think that was also warned about, and it's just like humanity. You know, we just get to that point where we start creating these things, and it was only a matter of time before things got out of hand, right? And maybe we've played God too many times. And maybe it's starting to come home to roost. I mean, there's so many things going on in this world. And each week, it's like something else bad is happening. And it's just like, it gets so bad that I just don't even want to really talk about them. You know, I kind of come here to escape, you know, and just enjoy going back to Sanctuary and playing Diablo 2 once again, you know. But it's hard to escape it, though. I mean, that's part of the joys of video games is, you know, the hobby, the escapism, the ability to go off to these worlds that normally we wouldn't be able to go to. And different times, different universes, different realities, or the ability to be a criminal, right, in GTA or Mafia. Or to be like a I guess a Warlock in Diablo 2. And have magical powers. I mean, there's a lot of amazing games out there. Or to be a sports star, even if you weren't actually able to be a sports star in real life, you know, there's video games that allow you to be the basketball player, the football player, the baseball player, you know, the race car driver, right? So it's part of the escapism. And like with Flight Simulator, right? It allows you to be a pilot in a video game. And Flight Simulator has evolved so much over the past several decades that, you know, it's probably used by a lot of like up and coming pilots to help them like become like actual pilots. And I guess a lot of professional pilots, like private pilots and commercial pilots, probably love playing Flight Sim 2 because of that. Especially those that get they get the setup right, where it almost looks like a cockpit. I mean, that's not cheap, by the way. That cost a few bucks to get the setup like that. Even like a low tier version of it, like with the pedals and with the wheel. I mean, like at least a few $100, and sometimes even more. Sometimes it's even more expensive, depending on how far you want to go with it. But that's part of the fun of video games. There's just so many different ways you can go. You could be an epic, awesome, amazing warrior you know? And there's just the possibilities are limitless. Or you could be an Italian plumber that likes to jump on Goombas and simp over a princess that will always friend zone you because, you know, she happens to low-key have a thing for a big giant reptile with a spiky turtle shell. Right? Yeah, that was hilarious whenever Nintendo came out a while back saying, oh, Mario and Princess Peach are actually just friends. Like, he hasn't been trying to rescue her because, you know, he has a thing for her and they're actually lovers. No, they're just friends. And I'm like, okay, then what's going on? What's really happening here? Is Princess Peach, like, actually being captured by Bowser unintentionally, or is it willingly? Or maybe she likes a bad boy and she likes poor Bowser to put on this act? And he's like, oh, come on, Peach. We don't have to do this anymore. We can be accepted, you know? And she's like, but it just takes the fun out of things, Bowser. Yeah, but what about our boy, you know? What about Junior? You know, he would like to be able to spend more time with his mom. You know, a lot of people wonder about where he came from. Yeah, see, that's a good point. What's an even better point is, why did y'all retcon the Kooplings? Nintendo. Because the Kooplings were the original kids for Bowser. All 7 of them. So, one time in Mario Brothers 3, the Kooplings were his kids. I think that was also the way in Super Mario Brothers World. And then I think Bowser Jr. was what introduced in Sunshine. And I think I had Sunshine on my GameCube, going back to the GameCube once again. But I think that's the first time we see Bowser Jr., right? And then after that, it was like, goodbye, Kooplings. You're no longer Bowser's kids. I'm like, what the fuck is this shit? Of course, once upon a time, Princess Peach's name was Princess Toadstool, so they changed that too. But, I don't know. Oh, wow, there's a lot of monsters down here. Oh, boy. It's a little party down here in the sewers. You know, we cleaned up one sewer in Luca Lane. We might as well come here and clean these sewers up, too. Just like a certain Italian plumber, right? It's me, a friend zone. Yeah, I feel bad for Mario. So if Mario and Peach are just friends, then who is Mario supposed to be with? Who's his squeeze? Does he get a squeeze? Because doesn't Luigi, isn't one of the princesses like Luigi's squeeze? Oh shit! Oh, all my people are dead. Why didn't y'all tell me that? Holy shit! They killed my rogue. Holy moly, that sucks. We're talking about Princess Peach and Mario and Luigi and Bowser, and these motherfuckers go and murder my freaking rogue. You bastards. What are y'all doing? Mother truckers. Well, what's that? Is that 4 or 5 times the rogue has died? Yeah, I'm getting a little tired of saving her and bringing her back from the dead. Like, what are you doing? Why do you keep dying on me? You're like Kenny. You know, she's Kenny, basically. Of each episode, she has to die, right? It's like, oh my god, they killed the rogue. You bastards. Well, we're going to fall back, goats. Oh, I only have 1 goat left. Okay. Because I guess we're going to have to go resurrect our dear rogue once again. Because I nearly died there. Like, why didn't y'all tell me I was about to die? Ooh, mosquitoes, gross. Kill them. Kill the bastards. Okay, is there anything worth taking? I'll take that, and alright, fuck it. Let's get the flip phone out of here. Okay. Back to Kuros we go. Yeah, that didn't go so well, y'all.
Good evening.
Alright. Now I do I want to keep this? I mean, I would keep it, but let's just not waste time. Let's just put it over here, and then we got to go resurrect the rogue again. Alright. Let's just move these. Move these. You know, I got a lot of freaking things. Alright. Let's just get the good stuff up here. Move this up here. Alright. And then we're going to keep 2 of these, I guess. And then the rest of it, let's just get... Okay, let's see. Let's move these over there. One moment, please. Thank you for your patience, everyone. I should have dropped it. Of course I dropped it. Okay. Yeah, I guess if it's built over here. Give me that. Okay, let's go find... who do we need to find? We gotta find the person that does the hiring. I think it's what's her name over here that does the hiring of the mercenaries. So I have to use... That's how I get the rogue back. And I'm gonna stick with the rogue. It's fine. It only costs us a few bucks every time we have to resurrect her. No big freaking deal. Only $39.60. Alright. Well, she's back from the dead again. I mean, to be honest, I have put a bit of effort into her. I kind of like keeping her around. So, yeah, I kind of like that. Freezing her, all this stuff. Okay. So, yeah, we'll keep her around. We've done so to this point. We might as well. Alright, so is there anything else I want to do before we go? Alright, we don't have any points. And I'm kind of holding on to my skill tree points. Okay. So we're back in here. Oh, wait. I grabbed something I didn't want. Get the hell out of here. I will use this, though. There. Alright. We'll go this way. Well, that welcoming party didn't go so well for us. But, I mean, it could have been worse. I could have died. Knock on wood. That would suck. I don't want my character to die. I mean, it's one thing if the rogue and the goats die, but... I kind of prefer keeping my character alive. So, yeah. Alright, kill that bastard. Yeah, I mean, that could have gone better. Yeah, I think we just got overwhelmed back there. I definitely need better stuff, though. It's just hard, though, because it doesn't really feel like anything really, really impressive has been dropping. Maybe I've missed a few things, admittedly, but... Like, especially, like, for, like, the Warlock. The Warlock's supposed to have unique stuff, right? And it just doesn't seem like anything really, really good is dropping for the Warlock. And I got a book earlier, but I wasn't really impressed with that new book. I'm like, I think I'd rather just use the one I have. I don't want to sit there all day, you know, debating this or that. I'd rather just move the fuck on. Alright, let's keep going. Got that mana. Boy, this is creepy. I don't think I'd want to live down here. Of course, it's a sewer. Why would you want to live in a sewer? Well, 4 turtles and a rat seem to like the sewers just fine. So what are you complaining about? Oh, by the way, that's something that pisses me off. So they were going to make a Last Ronin movie, right? The Last Ronin. And they canceled it. That pissed me off. That royally did. Because I think they were going to bring back the actress that played April in the first live-action Ninja Turtles movie. And that's, like, still the best one because it's, like, really, really dark. And it's still funny, though. And for the most part, the Turtles still hold up, you know. It's not perfect, but for their time, they still look good. But it's like, what a disappointment that they've abandoned the Last Ronin. Because they were going to do that. Like, Ninja Turtle fans were excited about that project, right? And then they decided, nope, we're not going to do that. We're just going to completely reboot the Ninja Turtles with another fun Ninja Turtles live-action movie. I'm like, that's not what we wanted. Like, do you assholes even care about what we want? No, they don't. I mean, there's always a possibility it might sell more tickets. If it bombs, it's not going to sell more tickets. It's like, why can't you do both? Why can't you stick to the Ronin movie, make the Ronin movie, right? See how it goes. And then also do the play it safe reboot. Because the Last Ronin story is very interesting. I'm not going to spoil it. Some of you know what happens, the basics. But I was very much looking forward to that. I think there's still, like, another studio is making a Last Ronin game. So I hope that that's still happening. But yeah, I do not like the direction they've taken the Turtles recently, like with the Seth Rogen Ninja Turtles. God, that was some bad decision making there. I mean, Seth Rogen's had, as a producer, he's had some hits and misses. Like Invincible, I like Invincible for the most part. I think he voices one of the characters in Invincible. I think he's a producer, and he also brought back the Muppet Show. So kudos to him for bringing back the Muppet Show, because he actually loved the Muppets when he was a kid. And who didn't? I mean, yeah, I remember the Muppets. I love the Muppets, especially Statler and Waldorf. They're my faves. Always insulting people. It never gets old. But I don't know. I didn't like the animation style choice of the Ninja Turtles and what I call Seth Rogen's Ninja Turtles. I didn't like the way they looked. They acted too childish. And I'm going to be honest. Look, I don't think that they need to swap characters. If they wanted to introduce a new character for the Turtles to hang out with that happened to be black, why not just make a brand new character? Why are they so fucking lazy, these writers? And it's not just Seth Rogen. This, as y'all know, this happens all the fucking time. And it annoys me. Like, sometimes it's acceptable, especially if it's like a lesser known character, like Nick Fury, right? Because Nick Fury wasn't really popular. So Samuel L. Jackson taking on the role of Nick Fury, that's okay, because it's, Samuel Jackson, okay? He's an amazing actor. So there are times when it works, okay? And it's gone the other way too. Like, for example, the original Colonel Ty in Battlestar Galactica was black. But, when they recasted Colonel Ty in the remake, 2 decades ago, which is crazy, because we were talking about Battlestar Galactica earlier, like, they hired Michael Hogan, a white Canadian actor who was really good. He was amazing as Colonel Ty. And then they also swapped out Starbuck, because the original Starbuck was a dude and the original Boomer was a dude. And both characters got swapped to a female. So it can work sometimes if the writing is there. But personally, like when it comes to the Ninja Turtles, I would have rather them just create a new character. Another reporter, similar to April, but a little different. But she happens to be black. Like, why couldn't they do that? And then there's this whole conspiracy about redheads being replaced, like fictional redheads. And I've seen the evidence, and it's pretty compelling. I don't know why Hollywood hates redheads so much. I mean, what's wrong with gingers? What's the problem, Hollywood? Why do you got a thing against ginger characters? I don't understand it. And they get around that with Zendaya, right? Because Zendaya's character is MJ, but she's not Mary Jane. She's Michelle Jones. So that's fine. Because, I mean, you can have more than one MJ. That's cool, In the end, they made the right call by making MJ, not Mary Jane and her own unique character. That's the right way to do it. Because I have nothing against Zendaya. Nothing at all. And yeah, at first you think that they did that. And maybe they did it first, but then they decided, you know what, we're gonna walk that back. And they could low-key walk it back. Because I don't know if they ever told us her name was Michelle Jones. Did they? Or was it just always MJ until they finally said, okay, her name is actually Michelle Jones. So, but that's fine. That's totally fine with me. And another case in point, right? When it comes to the smart way to do it, like look at the Green Lanterns, okay? They have several Green Lanterns, just like they have several Spider-Men. They have Peter Parker, they have Miles Morales, and they have some various other ones. And they have Spider-Noir, which, the Nick Cage miniseries or series that's coming out. I'm going to watch that. Hopefully it's good, but he's a completely different Spider-Man. He's a completely different Spider-Man than Peter Parker or Miles Morales, and that's totally fine. That works. And with the Green Lanterns, because we have the Lantern series coming out. They put out the teaser. By the time you watch this, it's probably been at least a week or two. And I'm going to be honest, as a Green Lantern fan, I was not impressed with that teaser trailer. I mean, look, for one thing, I don't get this whole, training thing. I mean, yeah, the Green Lantern Corps probably does have to train their recruits. But if I'm going by the teaser trailer alone, because I don't want to be spoiled, even if I may not watch it, I assumed that both Jon Stewart and Hal Jordan were both going to be established lanterns, right? Because in DC, there's different, like, there's several humans that end up being Green Lanterns, and several of them actually serve at the same time, like Kyle Rayner and Jon Stewart, as well as Hal Jordan and, you know, Guy Gardner. I haven't watched the Superman movie yet. I heard my friend Kane says it's really good, but other people say it's not as good. I'll watch it eventually. But like that version of Green Lantern's like apparently a major asshole. But it's okay for each Green Lantern to be different. That's fine. I mean, there's plenty of other Green Lanterns that are assholes, you know. And for the record, my favorite Green Lantern happens to be Jon Stewart because of, you know, the Justice League animated series that I watched when I was a kid. But I wasn't really feeling lanterns, right? This whole like, Hal Jordan happens to be training Jon Stewart. And they seem so adversarial to each other. And I don't know. I think that Guy Gardner was always the asshole, right, of the Green Lantern Corps when it came to the humans. But Hal Jordan was usually nicer, though. Like, he was cocky, right, because he was a pilot. But I don't know. I always thought that Hal Jordan was a little bit nicer than that version of Hal Jordan. And, like, I don't know. I mean, maybe it'll be... I mean, I hope it's good. Maybe it'll be good. Maybe it'll surprise me. We'll see. But if I'm being honest, I don't know if I have any interest in actually getting it or watching it. We'll see. I'm going to wait for the reviews. And, you know, it's obviously going to be on some streaming network. So we got a large shield, which I won't need. This bow could work really well for the rogue, though. But what do y'all think about lanterns for anyone that cares at this point? I don't know. There's so many shows out there that I need to catch up on anyways. I don't know if I'll bother, to be honest. So do we have to go down? I think we have to go down there. Let me go back here real quick. Or is it something we have to grab from over here? Right. Let me mosey back over here. Oh, there's a wheel thing. Okay, I guess we have to do that. Well, let me do that real quick. Okay. So that's the next level. Sewer stairs, okay. All right, let me go back over here because it looks like there's another point on the map that I want to explore. So I guess this month we got Invincible coming back. We got Daredevil Born Again coming back. I'll watch those, and then next month the final season of The Boys. Hopefully all that's good. Hopefully. And for the record, I'm not entirely a Seth Rogen hater. I mean, there's some things he's done I like. There's some things he's done I don't care for. But as a Ninja Turtles fan, I just didn't particularly care for his vision of the Ninja Turtles. But you know what? Teach their own. It is what it is. All right, so that's back up to Upper Karas. Okay, so we're not going to bother with that. All right, so let's go lower. We'll go back over there to the lower. Let me explore this. Because you know me, I got to explore every nook and cranny, right? Leave no stone unturned. But yeah, not doing a lot last Ronin. I feel like that's a missed opportunity, but it doesn't really surprise me. I mean, they probably, I don't know. It seemed like, from what little I knew about it, that they had the right person that was passionate about the project. But I guess they decided that I guess not enough of the general audience would care, which, you know, they could have just done it for a lower budget, right? Made it a lot more grounded. And it still might have done well, you know. I mean, obviously you don't want to make it look cheap, but they could have brought back Jim Henson. They could have, you know, had somebody in, well, I don't want to spoil who the last Ronin is, but if you know, you know. They didn't have to CGI it like the Michael Bay CGI Turtles, which I never really cared for. I heard the second one was actually decent. I didn't bother watching the second one because I never watched the first one. I heard the first one sucked. But yeah, the original Ninja Turtles live action movie, still my favorite. And you know, there was a time I thought that Secret of the Ooze was better. And maybe it was just the kid in me that went to go watch Secret of the Ooze. Thought it was better, but then, like rewatching it like a year or so ago with Riley, it made me realize that 2 is not as good as the first one. The first one is way better because it's darker. It feels more grounded. It's not as silly or over the top. I think the second movie tries too hard to be like the animated series from the time. And I did love the animated series, by the way. The animated series was really good. I guess we're going to have to open this one, which means we're going to have to go back to Kuros and freaking get more keys. Like, I am running through keys like crazy.
Good day.
All right, there you go. Keys. Personal. Got 2 keys, okay. All right. Ooh, that's a nice looking shield. Blocking, lightning resistant. I don't think it'll really help the Warlock, but I'll definitely... Are you kidding me? Not again, you silly PS5. My God. I'm going to be doing this in piecemeal. I thought giving it like an hour to rest and cool down would be sufficient. I was wrong. I was dead wrong. I mean, I don't want my PS5 to melt on me, obviously, but still, it would be nice if it actually would let me finish Act 3. That would be appreciated, video game. Okay, so anyways, make sure that's good to go. I guess we'll hold on to these. But we needed the keys, so we got the keys. And oh yeah, I was going to do a comparison between these 2 bows for my rogue. All right, so what do we got? It's a weaker bow. Admittedly, it's kind of shit. I'll just sell it real quick. Just get rid of it. And then I guess we'll just have to take another fucking break. Maybe I'll come back tomorrow and continue. Because as much as I was wanting to like play through this Act 3 start to finish, my PS5 is kind of disagreeing with me on this one. But before we wrap up this little segment... that obviously I added together into one big giant video, just like I did Act 1 and 2. We'll go unlock this thing. Okay. Helm, healing potion, circlets. There's nothing important in here. Well, that was a waste of time. An absolute waste of time. Well, all right, so there's one more. Okay, I'll clean this out and then I'll take a break. And then it might be, I don't know, maybe, I don't know if it'll be an hour from now or will be a day from the time I record it. I don't know. You'll find out when you find out. I'll probably... chances are I might be wearing a different shirt. But, you know, despite the issues I'm having with the PS5, and to be fair, the PS5 is... mine's over 5 years old, and it probably needs to be cleaned. Most likely. You know, it's had a good run. It's been a good console. But my friend Kane also had a PS5 that recently died on him, and he had to replace it with a PS5 Pro. I mean, oh no, what a shame. No, that's just first world problems right there, right? But you know, you gotta do what you gotta do. All right. You know what? Let's go to the steps real quick. Because I got to find a way... is there a waypoint down here? I guess the waypoints are going to appear. So I guess I'm kind of committed to at least trying to find some sort of conclusion here. Because if I have to restart my PS5, I'm going to come through the sewers again. With all these animals, all these monsters respawned. And I'm going to have to fight through them again. And you know, between you and me, I don't really want to do that. So PS5, you're just going to have to endure a few more minutes. So don't melt on me. Don't blow up on me. Please. Thank you. Have a nice day. So I'm going to continue. So too bad. Am I making a terrible mistake? Maybe. Or maybe it'll be okay. All right, we're at level 2. If I can find a waypoint, then I can at least go to the waypoint. But I don't know if there is a waypoint down here. That's the problem. There's a Dirk. Hi, Dirk. Alright. I mean, okay, I maxed out on that one, so I don't want to pick up any more portals. Alright, we'll just try to endure down here in level 2, and then get what we need, and then... Oh, shit. Monster! Yeah. Alright, PS5, you'll be fine. Famous last words. Well, if it dies, then it dies fulfilling its purpose, playing video games. I mean... There we go. Alright, let's keep going. But I do feel like once we reach the end of the line, I guess this is it. Okay, we're at the end of the line. Okay, good. I can wrap up for now. I hate doing it this way, but I mean, obviously I don't want my PS5 to melt or explode on me. That would suck. All right, kill that thing. All right, just kill it already. There we go, it's dead. Okay, let's go back to town. And let's get the hell out of here. Okay, talk to...
You have found Khalim's heart, and it still bears the courage to face Mephisto. Place it in the Herodric cube along with Khalim's other relics. The eye, the brain, and the flail.
Okay, I think I'm still missing a piece. Let me look real quick. Okay, we got eye, brain. We don't have the flail yet. So we still got to go get the flail. Okay. Flail and Travical, beware of the High Council. Okay. So I'm going to have to take a stop here. And obviously, thanks to the power of editing, we're back a day later, from my point of view. From your point of view, obviously, a few seconds have passed. Okay, so we have to go get the flail and Travical and be mindful of the High Council. Not the low council, not the mid council, but the high council. Just remember that. Okay, so inventory. I gotta identify these and sell them for profit. Okay, so I've let my PS5 rest for most of the day. So I don't know. Maybe to allow the PS5 not to overheat for like 5 or 10 minutes. That would be nice. But we are going to get through Act 3. Hopefully. But anyways, I did discover something that they're actually adding the Warlock to Diablo 4. So the Warlock is going to be in Diablo 4 as well, along with the expansion, Lord of Hatred, and of course the Paladin. So would y'all be interested in me doing a Diablo 4 Let's Play of the expansions? Because I didn't do Vessel of Hatred either. But if you buy Lord of Hatred, then you also get Vessel of Hatred. So I am considering getting it. Once again, I'm considering it. So I probably will. Look, I don't give a crap about the seasons. But, I mean, the expansions to the story might be enticing enough for me to do. And then I could just continue with my Sorceress character. You know, one of my favorite character from my main Diablo 4 playthrough. So I might just do that. Okay, so let's go to Lower Kurost. And then we'll go to the Bazaar. And then we'll continue to Travancore. And, you know, earlier in the video we were talking about how I didn't think that Microsoft was going to make another console. Well, it turns out, well, at the recording of the video, that was kind of the news story that, well, Microsoft has announced Project Helix. So they are, in fact, working on another console, a successor to the Xbox Series, which is apparently going to be able to play both Xbox and PC games. I'm sure it's going to be expensive, though. So it's probably not going to be cheap. So I guess Microsoft is not completely done with the hardware biz or the console war. But if that's the case, then why have they made such stupid decisions like shutting down studios, canceling games? It just doesn't make sense to me. You think that you'd want to actually make these games that you spent money on, you know, in these studios that you spent money on purchasing and acquiring with these IPs, in order to have, you know, games, like exclusive, unique games for your, I guess, Project Helix console. I mean, that's just a thought I had, you know, just random thoughts with me. That's how I would do it. But so yeah, I was surprised by that news. Now, there's also the possibility that Project Helix never sees the light of day, and who knows how far along we are from seeing whatever that console is going to be called. I don't know if it's going to be called the Xbox Helix or something else entirely. Usually, it doesn't have the same name as the project name, but we'll see. I'm not really too excited. I feel like Microsoft's already made enough mistakes and made enough bad decisions to where I don't really feel like supporting them by buying another console. Even though as I was talking about earlier, obviously I do value competition in all fields, including gaming. But it just feels like they kind of rolled over on the quote-unquote console war. So I don't know. It's just, and I already have a really good PC, so I don't really need. Oh, look how convenient! I got a key to unlock the chest. Well, that worked out. There was crap in there except for some gold. That was a waste. All right. So that was interesting news that broke out in between recordings. You know, from my point of view, my time. Obviously, that's old news to you by the time you watch this Act 3 of Diablo II Reign of the Warlock. And yeah, there will be an Act 4. I'm doing it weekly, so like this goes out on a Wednesday, right? Just like Act 2 and Act 1. And so hopefully Act 4 will go out next Wednesday. And then Act 5 will go out the Wednesday after that. That's my schedule. That's my plan. So I'm going to try and keep that schedule. I think I'll be able to. Because I've been enjoying my time back in Diablo 2. For the most part. And I'm actually very tempted to continue Let's Playing with like Diablo 4's expansions. Like I mentioned already. The Vessel of Hatred, which I've yet to play the Vessel of Hatred. And then after that, the Lord of Hatred. So we'll see. I mean, I haven't gotten to that point yet. I think the first thing I want to do is finish this playthrough. And then once I finish this one, then I can think about it, right? To think about it. But I'm very tempted to, because it does seem like a good deal, because you get Lord of Hatred, you get a whole bunch of different unique cosmetics, right? And then you also get, like I said, you get access to, you get basically 2 expansions. You get Lord of Hatred, and then you also get Vessel of Hatred to go with it. So, seems like a decent deal. But, yeah, don't expect me to go back to trying out the seasons. I just don't care about the seasons. I just don't. I could give 2 shits. It's just, I mean, the expansion is one thing because that, like I said, it continues the story. And so that entices me. But I would probably just continue it with my sorceress that I used in my first playthrough. I wouldn't use the hardcore character, even though I did have a hardcore character. I never continued that playthrough. But it would be an opportunity for me to bring back my sorceress. Well, my Diablo 4 sorceress. Obviously, I've probably completely forgotten how to use my sorceress, but it's like riding a bicycle. It'll come back to me. So I might end up doing that. All right. Is that where we need to go or no? Let's look over here real quick. Because we have to go down to Travical, right? That's the sewers. I don't want to go back down to the sewers. No, thank you. Says, I don't think we have to go down to the... We already did the sewers. Yeah, we did that. So, if we go down there, we're just going to have a whole bunch of baddies respawning and having to go through that nonsense again. So, we'll just stay up here. But we'll clear this area out. So, yeah, I'm thinking that's going to be the next Let's Play. There's also a free trial for the Paladin coming up. I think starting on March 11th. And, hell, I mean, it may already be starting by the time I post Act 3. So, I'm also thinking about like doing a video or stream just checking out the Paladin, because I've yet to try out the Paladin in Diablo 4. Because that was like the first class I played in Diablo 2 was the Paladin. So it'd be kind of nice to go back to the Paladin. Especially since it's a class that a lot of people have been wanting to see return to Diablo for a while now. They wanted it in Diablo 3. But we got the Crusader instead. And, well, we finally have the return of the Paladin, which I'm kind of excited about. Hopefully the Paladin turns out to be a good class and worthy of the Diablo 2 Paladin. So I'm seriously considering it. And there's nothing else really going on right now. I mean, there's Crimson Desert. Is anyone interested in Crimson Desert? Like, I've been watching videos on it, and people have been, like, doing, like, they've gotten, like, 6-hour, like, previews of it. And overall, people seem to be impressed with the game. So I'm thinking about doing that as well. I mean, that might just be a stream series on the channel. I might just stream that. So I'm just trying to, what I'm doing basically is I'm just trying to think of additional content for the channel. And my friend Pat, aka The Professional, he does regular Let's Plays on his channel along with regular GTA videos and live streams. So I'm kind of inspired by that to continue my Let's Plays. And I've done Let's Plays before, you know, recorded Let's Plays. Like I talked about, like the Dark Forces remaster, and then recently my Outlaws remaster. And I do enjoy doing them. You know, there is a little bit of a difference. I mean, I'm not going to lie, I do like live streaming these. Like whenever I do a Let's Play via live stream, because, you know, it's cool interacting with the audience, with the viewers in real time. But there's also times when I just want to sit back and chill and just play a video game while at the same time rambling about a variety of topics, you know. But I do that anyways during a live stream, but it's obviously way more interactive during the live streams. Each one has its own pros and cons. I like doing both. So it's not like I enjoy one over the other. I kind of like having the variety. Because I guess you could say my live streams lately have just been about hanging out with people. Like GTA Online with my friends Kane and Yuji and sometimes Snake and other people like Destiny Metal TV and sometimes Erica, sometimes other folks that just randomly join us. And then the Skull and Bones is usually Riley, Yuji, and me. So, and people like watching me play Skull and Bones. So if people like me playing something, then obviously I want to continue playing that because there's an obvious interest for it, you know. But this one, yes, I admit there's not as many people watching me play Diablo 2 because A, I'm obviously not a Diablo channel. I'm not trying to be a Diablo channel. But I am a Diablo fan from the original game, as I have mentioned once or twice. And as I've already stated, I just want a complete version of Diablo 2 on the channel somewhere in my Diablo playlist. For, I guess, legacy purposes. Even if it, at the grand scheme of things, doesn't matter to anyone else. It matters to me, damn it. Because I've already done a playthrough of Diablo 4, well, the main story. Which does encourage me to go back to Diablo 4. Because it's been a while since I've played around with the Sorceress, and I grew kind of attached to the Sorceress. I don't think I would... I was actually surprised that they're also adding the Warlock to Diablo 4. I wonder if they just built the Warlock at the same time, like the Diablo 2 and the Diablo 4 Warlock. Maybe they were just adding new, like, maybe some, like, retconning. They, like, had this idea for the Warlock, and they thought, okay, we could create the Warlock for Diablo 2, but we could also create the Warlock to carry over into Diablo 4. Which seems interesting, and I'm not going to lie, it does seem like it could overshadow the Paladin, right? Because what was the last class they added? What was the last class? Wasn't it a class they added with the Vessel of Hatred? I forgot what that class was, to be honest. Because I didn't play Vessel of Hatred. But I don't think the class really interested me personally. I'm trying to remember, but I don't know. If it comes back to me, it comes back to me. If it doesn't, it doesn't. So I get the feeling that they probably were multitasking and doing both at the same time. And they just thought, hey, you know what? We could double dip. We could add the Warlock to both games, and we could charge people $25 on Diablo 2, and then also, I don't know if you have to buy it as well in Diablo 4. But who knows? I think I'll just stick with the Sorceress. But I am kind of interested during the free time period of just doing a temporary new playthrough with the Paladin, just to see how the Paladin plays. You know, for all time's sake. Even though that's not really my preferred play style. I think I do kind of prefer range attacks. But, you know, sometimes it's kind of fun to get into the heat of battle, right? You know, like with a Barbarian or an Amazon or a Crusader or with a Paladin. So I'm not against it. So we'll see. But yeah, I mean, that would be that'll probably be as far as I go, though. Like, I'm going to finish this playthrough. And then after this playthrough, then maybe start a Vessel of Hatred playthrough. I mean, and it may only be like one video. Maybe one big video similar to, you know, each of my acts of Diablo 2. It depends on how long. I'm going to have to look into that without getting spoiled. Like, how long Vessel of Hatred is. Like, would it be just one? Is it about the same size as Lord of Destruction? Because I think Lord of Destruction, I can do that in one video. So that is my plan for like Act 5, aka Lord of Destruction. Spoilers, right? If you get past Diablo. Yeah, I know. Wouldn't that suck? Because I've had builds before that, in the early days of me playing Diablo 2, like I think my first Necromancer build didn't do so well against Diablo. And I think the problem was I didn't balance it well enough. Like, I was relying too much on my minions, and I kind of neglected even doing a little bit of, like, buffing on the character himself. So that was a hard lesson learned. So hopefully I fare better in, you know, Act 4. Alright, get those bastards out. I'm just making sure we're clearing out the area. But it's nice just to sit back and chill. Back in Diablo 2 again, as I've mentioned at least once or twice. And then reminisce about things that happened in the past. I did think about something else that happened in 2000, but I kind of forgot about it. I was actually going to mention it. Like, and then it kind of slipped away. It's what happens when you get older. But if I remember, then I'll bring it back up. I will endeavor to do so. Oh shit. Killed those things. Alright. I think we have enough of those right now. Alright, so we'll go inside. I guess we're going to go inside that building? Okay. You know, the one that has the thing inside of it. I don't know if that's what we're looking for. 1, 2, 3 floor. That's what happens when you have a little too much to drink, right? I don't drink anymore, so I don't have that problem. Okay, here we go. Alright. The Forgotten Reliquary. Okay. So, do we have to go there? Oh, it's in Travical. Okay. I don't need any of that. Okay. I wonder if I should go there. Or maybe I won't. Because I'm kind of trying to focus on, you know, getting through the main quests of Act 3, you know, before my PS5 decides to give me overheating warning again. It gets annoying when that happens. There's so much to explore. Yeah. You know, props to the dev team behind Diablo 2. They did such a great job, like, building this world in Diablo 2. And I think these are some of the best maps overall. I mean, yeah, no, I'm not really the biggest fan of this map because of the jungle vibe. But it's still a good looking map. And that's just me ranking it compared to the other maps. And I think all the maps are for the most part pretty solid. Like Act One's map in Tristram, well, out, around Tristram, not exactly in Tristram because you only go there for like a few minutes. But then Luca Lane, and then of course, Koros, here in the jungle, and then the next map, which is basically us literally going to hell. That one's really, really creepy. And then I think the last map is what, Mount Arreat, right? Because we go up to Mount Arreat to fight Bell. So that's cool. But yeah, I mean, they're all very solid maps, and creation design of the creatures, very impressive. Still holds up today, and I think that the remake's done for the most part a pretty faithful job. Like, I guess remaking the monsters, and of course keeping the sound effects and the feel and vibe of Diablo 2. Because I do remember a couple things about Diablo 3 because I actually got to beta test it, like in the early days. And a lot of people were complaining about how it looked a little too cartoony and a little too light compared to Forgotten Temple. Okay, so that's the Forgotten Temple. So we'll keep looking. We may have to go down there anyways, but it's not really a main story thing at the moment. So at the moment, I'm not going to go there. But yeah, I tried out the beta for Diablo 3 before it came out, and then I played through Diablo 3 as my first playthrough was the Witch Doctor. And then I did another one as the Necromancer when they added the Necromancer and Reaper of the Souls. And then do y'all remember the auction house and how people were actually making money off the auction house? Like, I wanted to do that so bad. I wanted to go and farm. And I had too many things going on. I think I was focused on some businesses because this was like fast forward. Like, I was back in, I was worked down in Baton Rouge and Shreveport. Then that came to an end. Then I came back to Shreveport to finish my college degree. And I was also trying to start some small businesses and some other things. I think I'd started my political channel at the time because I had become a bit involved politically. But, so I had a few things I was kind of focusing on. So I kind of like the idea of like farming in the auction house. But the problem is a lot of other people had the same idea, and a lot of people were more dedicated to that idea than me. So I just like sold stuff. There was like two auction houses. There was like the regular one where you would just, I guess you could like purchase things or sell things for like in-game gold, I think, in Diablo 3. But then there was the one where you actually could spend real money. So yeah, I had the same idea so many other people had. Like, oh, if I grind this, I can make some money. But yeah, I'm kind of glad I abandoned that idea because I found out later that some people would spend a ridiculous amount of time doing that, and in the end, I don't know if it was really worth it. Maybe it was for them. I guess depending on how much money they were able to make, right? But then eventually Blizzard decided to close down the auction house. I still think they could have kept... Okay, we made it to Travancore. I still think they could have kept the regular auction house, but they made a decision, and that was just the way it is. I think for the most part, most people hated both auction houses, so Blizzard just decided not to bother bringing it back, either version, even the quote-unquote in-game currency one. Well, I mean, I think that makes sense because they were also kind of low-key profiting off the other auction house because I think they got a percentage of the sales, which is the real reason why they did it, by the way. A little extra monetary incentive for them. It's not exactly a monetary incentive to do the in-game version, right? No. So, what a shock. Not really. Let me go ahead and use one of these real quick. Okay. Alright, so we're still walking on the ledge. Okay, so I couldn't go down there. At least this gives us kind of an advantage. Well, until fireballs start falling out of the sky. I guess that's not much of an advantage, is it? We're just walking around the perimeter. All right, I think we can go down here. Alright, we're down. Alright. Can we go this way? I guess we can go this way. So we'll just go back over here. But yeah, I mean, Diablo 3 did get better. Like, at launch it wasn't as good, and I wasn't really impressed with it in the beta period. But they did greatly improve Diablo 3, so credit to Blizzard for those improvements. And I was also very impressed with the console versions. And I even talked about this in a previous video, well, I think maybe in Act 2 or Act 1, was how impressed I was with how well the controller works in Diablo 3. And now, you know, Diablo 4 and, of course, Diablo 2 Resurrected, because I play Diablo on console, even though I originally played Diablo 1, 2, and 3 on PC. Yeah, I know I'm a filthy, stinking traitor. You traitor! You used to be one of us. You used to be a PC gamer. How could you play Diablo on console? I don't know. I just do. There's some people like that. They're like, you're not one of us, you filthy casual. Only real Diablo players play on PC. Don't you know? Yeah, well, look, I've never really been about the console wars. Some people know that, some people don't, but that's one reason why I like competition. You know, it gives the consumer variety of games and variety of consoles, and that was another reason why I don't want to see Xbox go away. And I don't know, maybe Project Helix will be a decent successor to Xbox Series, but I just feel like Microsoft's made too many mistakes, as I talked about a moment ago. But I think that even if the game is better on PC, like the Diablo franchise, and I wouldn't disagree with that, by the way. I think it is probably much better on PC overall. It's still very, very enjoyable. Kill the High Council. Okay, we got the High Council. We got to kick them out of office. All right, High Council, you've been term limited. You're no longer following the Constitution, and you're breaking the law, and you think you're above the law, and you're corrupt, and so it's time for y'all to go. You're getting voted out. Am I making an analogy? No, I would never do that. Am I comparing the High Council here to another legislative body? No. I wouldn't do such a thing, I promise. No, not me. Y'all think I would do that? No way. No. We're just playing a video game here, y'all. Oh, shit. Man, trying to throw fireballs at me. That's rude. It's nothing personal, High Council. It's just business. Or, just like Devin would say, I would say it's not personal, but it is personal. It's a GTI 5 reference, in case anybody's wondering. I'm sure most of you are aware of that. So, you know what? I got a question. I would love it if you guys actually answered my questions, but maybe it's just meant to be that you won't. But look, I'm not going to give up on throwing a question out there in case there's a question that I throw out there that you're like, hey, you know what? That's an interesting question. I'll answer it. Okay, so besides Diablo 2, what other content do you enjoy on this channel? Or did my Diablo 2 playthrough, did this specific playthrough bring you to my channel? Or are you just an enjoyer of other stuff that I do, but you also like Diablo 2? Feel free and let me know. Because I'm going to ask that in a poll question on the channel. And it may already be up, because I already did a logo poll question. Because the 12th anniversary of my channel is coming up. So, oh shit. All my peeps are dead. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh shit. I gotta get out of here. I gotta get the fuck out. Yeah, I'm running. My rogue's dead again. Holy shit, y'all. That's not good. Yeah, we had to fall back. You know what that means? I'm going to go resurrect the rogue again. We'll just stay back here for a minute and try and kill a few out here. Oh, shit. A freaking fire dragon. Or Hydra. Yeah, let's just fall back to the waypoint. Fall back to the waypoint, goats. I don't want to die here. Then I have to come all the way over here and get my ship back. Alright, let's just go back to the docks. Yeah, that could have gone way worse.
Greetings.
Alright, what did I end up getting? Okay, let me... I gotta get my rogue back up. Ugh. I'm starting to wonder if it's worth bringing her back, as she's died twice now in Act 3. I mean, yes, I could get a different mercenary. I know, but I don't know. I kind of want to keep using her till the end, right? See how it plays out. Plus, I've always kind of invested some effort into her anyways. Put those right there. All right. Oh, I guess I can put these right here for now. I need some mana. So let's grab the mana. I didn't hold it down long enough. I hate it when I do that. It's so annoying. Okay, we're going to put this here. Going to regroup. We're going to go after the High Council again because I think that was the High Council. I could be wrong, but I think it was. Let's keep these keys here. Pick up that. Okay. So we've regrouped a little. We need to go hire the rogue again. Bring her back from... Yeah, she's not dead. She just went to the hospital. She's like Kenny. I already used that one, didn't I? I used it earlier.
Good day.
Look, she keeps getting more and more expensive. Oh, man. It's a good thing I got like a whole bunch of gold. Yeah, that reminds me. I need to make a quick deposit real quick. Because I'm sure I've got a little bit of gold on me at the moment. Yeah, 36. Yeah, let's just... Wait a minute. 68. I thought I had more than that. No, what? Get that out of there. Move that out of there. Okay. Okay, so let's go back to personal. I want to dump it all in my personal. Okay, 221,000. Okay, at least we got a lot of gold, which mainly I use for like two things. Repairs as well as resurrecting my rogue.
Yes.
All right, 133. Okay, I need to get some better stuff. I'm kind of tempted to. You know what? Let me. So we have 3 skill points for binding. How much more do we need till we have the binding demon? 5 more. I could go ahead and like put these 3 here, but because I think these are all for the binding demon. Empower your demon, feeding it a corpse. Physical damage to your demon reduced by 5. Blood boil. You know what? Let's just. I'm gonna put a point in each of these just to do it. Okay. So we got that. So is that actually a bind skill? Like, I don't know how that would benefit. So encourage, engorge, blood boil, erupt your demon's blood to damage nearby enemies. I don't see. I think this is actually like, see, heal and empower your demons. Okay, so I could actually heal them with this. So what do we want to put this? I guess I could just put it in R1. And then bind skill. I guess it automatically went to there, but I think it replaced something. Okay, yeah, because I kind of got screwed. Okay, yeah, I need to rebind that because there. Stop doing that, video game. All right. This one I don't get. Like Death Mark forces your demon to teleport and attack an enemy. I don't see the point of this one. So we'll try the other two. We'll try those two. Because I guess one is used for healing and one is used, I guess, kind of boost it. We'll try it out. Why not? Okay, back to Travancore we go. Alright, so we've regrouped. Gonna try out those abilities, see if I like them or not. Alright, let's get over there. Come on, I'm getting stuck. There. I think that's where we're supposed to be. Alright. Kill them all! I think I actually sacrificed something. Oh, there. Kill that thing. Yes, kill it. Kill it. Good job. Alright, it's dead. That's good. Okay, we got the flail. Give me the flail. Alright, so we got the flail. So we got all the pieces now. But let's just finish these bastards off. Oh, there. We gotta get Goatman back in there. Oh shit. There. Oh, fuck! I keep losing Goatman. Get in there. Kill those bastards. Kill the council member. Kill the bastard. Kill him. There we go. Just there you go. Are they all dead? I think they're all dead now.
I can't.
What do you mean I can't?
Impossible.
Oh, I think I need to do the thing first. I have to go back and put those pieces together with the Roger cube. So we got to do that first. Mummified trophy. All right. Got this potion. Okay, let me look at the mission real quick. All right. Yeah, because we got to mix that with the other weapons. Okay, let's see what we got. Ask Cain about it. Ask Cain. Okay, we have to ask Cain for help for both of these. Okay, so let's go back to the waypoint. Yeah, I mean, I guess they help a little. You know what I want to do real quick? Skill tree. I want to switch. I want to switch this with that because I don't use that one demon. Yeah, I wasn't liking that one demon. Wasn't really feeling it. All right.
Once properly in view, ridding Kura.
Okay. So we need the Roger cube. Let me grab that real quick. So we got to put all these in here. Mix it all together. Okay. So we got to open it now. We got to imbue it. There we go. Transmute. All right. Caleb's will. Okay. We'll put the cube back. And we'll put this up here. Okay. There we go.
Masterfully done, hero.
Okay. Nice. Okay, let's look at this. So we completed that one. And now we gotta smash the orb. Okay, so this one we haven't gotten this one yet. Oof, that's not good. Because I kind of want to do all these missions, you know, before I move on to the next act. So we gotta go destroy the orb. So let's go do that now that we've managed to term limit the High Council. Something I wish, never mind. I may say something inappropriate. But, yeah, let me go ahead and smash the orb. Well, how about now? Can we do it now? There we go. I did it now. I guess that takes me down to the thing. Yeah, the endurance of 8. Okay. All right. Let's finish exploring this area. I'm obviously missing a mission. Kill that thing. Kill it. Kill them all. Alright. Let's keep her going. Fuck. How do we get up there? My problem is, see, I had it mapped differently, and now I got to readjust the way I had it. But it's not the end of the world. Okay, I can't go that way. Okay. Right. So is that everything over here? Because there's obviously something I'm missing. Maybe. You know what it could be? It could be those different areas that I didn't go into yet. That could be the problem. You know what? This is annoying me. Let me switch this back. Because I like having I like having this up here. And then I'm going to switch... I'll switch this one to that one. Okay. I think that works better because I like being able to do that with R1. So... I don't know. That's one thing I do like about this game is you can bind things the way you want. Use your preferred button. There we go. I'll use one of these. So yeah, I don't like the idea of not having that one mission knocked out. So maybe I'm supposed to go back and do those. So we'll just go do them real quick. Why not? Plus, I don't know if I'm ready to go down to the Durance of Hate just yet. Because I was having trouble fighting the High Council without getting... almost getting my cheeks smashed and clapped. And feeling sore in the morning without dinner and drinks. So I think I'll just try and beef up my character a little bit more. Alright, so we'll go down here first. We'll see what sort of fun we can find down here. Okay. Hey, that's rude. Rude snakes. I'll be like that. Alright. Who knows? Maybe we'll get lucky. Maybe we'll find some good stuff down here. Or we'll find some not so good stuff. But we'll clear these areas out. Plus we're earning XP. And we're definitely going to need XP for Act 4. And for Act 5. Well, I mean, for Act 3, 4, and 5. You know, so... The more XP, the better, because that allows us to rank up. Oh, shit. Oh, you know what I keep forgetting to do? I keep forgetting to do something that balances out the old electric weakness that I have. Yeah, because I had that serious problem in Act 2. Like I came close to dying a few times because of the fact that... can I heal? Alright, so I can heal them by doing that. Okay. So if I want to boost them a little bit, I can use the other weapon. And then if I want to heal them, I have the ability to heal them. That's actually kind of beneficial. Because it's probably easier just to heal them than have them die on you and then just waste more mana to bring them back. But I mean, I guess it just depends on how you wish to play it. If you just play it where you don't really give a shit about that, and I'll probably rebind it eventually. Alright, so we went down here. There really wasn't too much down here of interest. But we'll go to the next one over here. And then I think there's one or two more. So we'll clear these out. But there's obviously something I'm missing mission-wise. So I don't know. Maybe I've been pretty thorough. At least I feel like I've been pretty thorough. There you go. Burn these fuckers. Burn them all. Ow, that's rude. Okay. There's more of them. Killed them. Shit. I'm frozen. There we go. Alright, so we cleared them out. Dead body. Crappy bow, don't want it. I'll take that healing potion. I could use that right now. Okay, greater mana. I'll do that. What a disappointment. Give me some good stuff. I haven't been very impressed with the stuff that I've gotten, for the most part. Kill those bastards. Yeah. Let's double back and go in here first. There was nothing in here. I just freaked out because one of my own goats teleported in here. And like the teleport one, I don't really understand the teleport one. That one I didn't really understand it. Alright, get the gold. There we go, burn them. Another ring. I don't know, maybe I'm making a mistake by not grabbing all the rings, but I hate to say it, I just don't care. Like, if it doesn't look impressive, I'm not going to grab it. Maybe it would be impressive if you'd actually grab it, GB. Maybe. Oh boy, a light healing potion. Alright, greater. I'll grab the greater ones. Alright, they're all dead. Okay, so that was... There's like nothing in here. It's like this is... I mean, at least I'm getting some XP out of it, so... So there's that. But other than that, not much. Alright, so I got one or two more of these to go into. But yeah, unfortunately it doesn't... It's not telling me what the... Alright, so I completed that quest. So I got these two left. But I guess we'll go back to the... yeah, we'll go back to them in a minute. Back to Deckard. Maybe Deckard will give me another mission. But yeah, I mean, might as well go in here and just backtrack. Alright. Don't need the antidote. I'm good. Thank you. Another worthless armor. Okay, so I guess I got to go around this one to get into that. So we'll do that real quick. And I think there's like that one and then the other one. But yeah, I don't know. I know it's a reoccurring topic. And I like to do idea videos on the channel. I even made a funny meme like a week ago because somebody was complaining about one of my videos. And my point with the video was like, hey, you know, I do idea videos. Like, oh, wait, GB does idea videos? Always has been. Because my very first video, which is the 12th anniversary of my first video on the channel, is actually coming up. Oh, shit. Fuck. Oh, nearly. Oh. Regroup. Kill them all. Nearly bought the farm here, y'all. Damn. Went through all that trouble and I don't know. I just feel like it was kind of not worth it because I nearly died. And what'd I get out of it? More crap. Alright. Because, you know, you think you're going to fight a tough boss. You think at the very least the game will give you some nice reward for it. Well, I'm not feeling the rewards. Yeah, I think before we go into Act 4, I'm gonna have to come in here and I'm gonna have to like go into my inventory and beef some things up a little bit with some of those gems I've gotten. Because like especially my electric build, like I need like protection when it comes to electricity. Because my character is very susceptible to it, you know. All right, let's keep going. Oh shit. More electricity. Not good. Let's see. Okay, grab that. Alright, what else we got here? Oh shit. More crap. Heal myself real quick. Oh, fuck. There. I think the problem is I'm just so used to just resurrecting the goatman that healing him is, I don't know. I'm sure it's better to heal them because it probably uses less mana maybe, but I don't know, I could be wrong about that. Let's go ahead and do this real quick. Alright. Well, what was I talking about? I got distracted. I think I was going to talk about, like, how I've... Oh, yeah, because I make idea videos, right? It's one of the main things I do on the channel. You know, like rant videos, idea videos, let's plays. Basically, I guess you could say news-style videos where I talk about games that interest me, like GTA, Skull and Bones, or anything about, I guess, Black Flag, because as some of you are aware of, they officially confirmed that they are working on a remake of Black Flag. It's a secret that wasn't a very good secret. But regarding ideas, so I've been trying for the life of me to think of a good idea for Diablo 5. That's where we were going, by the way. Was like, and I don't know. I just can't think of anything that would work. And I guess if I was to come up with like an ideas video for Diablo 5, I think I need to first play Vessel of Hatred and Lord of Hatred. I don't know if that'll conclude the Diablo 4 story, but at least it would give me a better idea by the time I beat those two expansions, like what Diablo 5 could be, in my opinion. Now, for one thing, obviously I'd want to bring back Diablo, because Diablo, that's the name of the game. You know, Diablo's supposed to be featured and mentioned and included in these games. I'm just saying, as we deal with somebody's spider problem. Sorry, spiders. It's nothing personal. It's just there's too many arachnids here, and you ate all the flies, and well, we have to have some cutbacks. God, there's just nothing good in here. There. All right, let's keep going. I was hoping in one of these rooms there'd be some decent stuff, but I guess it's just meant for XP farming. A little bit of side questing as you journey around Karost. Nothing there. Whole lot of nothing. Let's see. See, it's not even working. Oh shit. That silver. I mean that gold. Nothing again. Alright. There. You know what? I think it's just easier that I don't even bother trying with the healing. Because it doesn't seem to be... I think it only works whenever there happens to be enemies. Because I guess they'll feed off the energies of enemy NPCs. I guess that's what they do. But I like to kind of keep it simple and not have too many quote-unquote options. Just stick to some, ones that I really, really like. And then just beef them up. But I thought I would just try those out just... Because I felt like I probably should have put at least 1 point in all those in order to... Whenever I do get the Bind Demon, then I can sort out exactly how I want to make that work. Okay. So, that's everything here. Okay. Well, I'm going to be honest. The side questing was good for XP, but I feel like it was kind of a waste of time. But anyways, let's go back to, I guess, me percolating some ideas about Diablo 5, right? So I guess it would be like a time jump from Diablo 4 to Diablo 5. And I guess somehow Diablo finds a way to come back from the Burning Hells, or... I'm guessing Diablo's trapped in the Burning Hells. Maybe. I mean, because, like, I'm going to go by what I know from Reaper of Souls, right? Because I played through Reaper of Souls. And what Malthael, right? The Angel of Death, right? Captures the Dark Stone. Is it the Dark Stone? I think it's the Dark Stone. Which had Diablo's essence in it. And then I think it gets destroyed. And then basically Tyrael warns you that it's all going to start over again and that eventually Diablo is going to return. But Diablo never returns in Diablo 4. So I guess it'll be at sometime after the events of Diablo 4 when Diablo actually comes back in his own Diablo game. I know that's one of the running jokes. Is like, where's Diablo in his own game? Okay, quest log. Quest complete. Because we have this one, and I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that one because it's been a quick minute. Alright, so I guess I'll fix this real quick. Put these up there, move these over. Okay. Alright. So, is anybody asking me to do a mission for them? So, I guess I can run around for a moment and... Oh, wait.
Diablo
There we go.
have surely found the temple city by now.
Okay, so I'm guessing Ormus gave me a mission.
Greetings.
Okay, so here we go. Alright, smash the compelling orb of Calem's will to open the way to Mephisto's endurance. Okay. But the problem is I have another mission right here that I haven't done yet. So I better ask some people if they have a mission for me. So I'm going to talk to some of the main people real quick.
What can I do for you?
But yeah, let's just say a time jump happens, right? And maybe it's in the future of Sanctuary. And people, maybe they've forgotten about the demons, or maybe they become like a stuff of legend, like the demons and the angels. And
Well, it pains me to waste time with you, so I'll get right to the point.
okay, did you give me a mission? He did give me a mission. Okay. All right, search the sick temples in the bazaar for the Liam Essence tomb. Okay.
Not in town.
All right, so I guess I gotta go back to bazaar and look for that thing. Well, thank you for giving me that mission after the fact, Alcor. But to be fair, I could have done that prior if I remembered, which I did not. Okay, so where are we going? We're going to Upper Karast. Okay, so Upper Karast. So let's go there first. And then it said, let me reread. Reading is important, y'all. So 6 temples in the bazaar. And the causeway. Okay. So I already went into the temples, basically. So I went into 4 of the temples, right? Yeah, I didn't go into like... I didn't go down... I did go down here before. I went down into the sewers, I think... What, earlier. Like, yeah. Well, from my point of view, I think it was last night when I went into the sewers. That was so much fun. I don't really want to go back. So I'm going to assume that I don't have to go down there again. And since I already went into the temples to begin with, then I guess those temples are cleared. They didn't have anything down there. Damaged kite shield. Oh, gee, thank you. Really appreciate it. So they said Upper Karast, which is where we are right now. So I really don't want to have to go back to the freaking... Like I said, I don't really want to go back there. Gold? I'll take the gold. Thanks. So I'm guessing these are all temples, but I already went inside these temples, though. Because he also said, it also says the causeway says in the bazaar. Oh, I haven't gone to the causeway. Where's the causeway? Oh, wait a minute. Maybe the causeway is the thing like up to because we already did those. Okay, so I guess we're supposed to go backwards. Okay, because look at this. I know I'm backtracking mentally. All right, the bazaar. So maybe I'm supposed to go back to the bazaar. Because I searched all those other areas. Okay, so we'll backtrack a little. At least I'll try to. Maybe I'll just go to the waypoint and just jump over to, yeah, I'll just go to the, because I feel like the causeway was that like, it's that bridge between Upper Karast and Tramvical, and I think I'm right. Then again, I could be wrong. What else is new? So I think if I do that, then I should find what I'm looking for, because I think that I probably didn't explore anything additional there in the bazaar. So we'll go back. We'll take a step backwards to the bazaar. Okay, there are 2 temples here. Okay, so whatever he wants is probably over here somewhere. No, I don't want an antidote potion. I'm good, thanks. All right, continuing. So, yeah, Diablo 5. Let's just say it's a time jump. And the stories of Diablo 2, 3, and perhaps even 4 have been forgotten, right? For the most part. Along with, the everything that transpired. And maybe it's just mythology, right? The people in Sanctuary that are alive in the future, they think that it's just all myth. That the angels, the demons, Lilith, all of it was just rumor. It wasn't real. And maybe it's like during a time of like quote unquote greater science or some shit. I mean, I'm not saying it would be like in a future where they have guns or stuff like that, but maybe some sort of future. Like that. That could work. Alright, we held a little. God, look how many of those freaking beasts there are. Ah, it's walking carpet. Too many of them. That's right. Gonna have a lot of pelts. Wait, this is not Red Dead. Never mind. God, there's so many of these dead walking carpets. It's crazy. All right. Thanks. I went through all that effort for a crapped composite bow, but I did rank up. So let me use these points real quick. That. Then what, dexterity? I guess I'll boost up dexterity. Okay. So there's nothing there. So yeah, maybe it's like in a future, right? Where maybe Sanctuary has evolved a little bit. And then somebody, like an archaeologist, right? Finds a temple or finds some ruins, while they're doing excavations. Like maybe it's beneath like one of the old cities or regions of Diablo 3. Because, I mean, unless they bring back Diablo and Diablo 4, I don't know. But we'll see. But whatever the case may be, unbeknownst to them, they end up finding, I guess, a shard or the whatever essence Diablo's been trapped in. If he's not in hell, if he's trapped in, say, the Darkstone, or was it the Darkstone? See, I don't remember. Was it called the Darkstone? Or I'm just going to assume it was the Darkstone. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. If you play Diablo 3, you know what I'm talking about. So, there. So, that causes Diablo to return along with opening up hell, the hells. And whereas for centuries, they were kind of like, I guess, the path from the burning hells to Sanctuary was closed because, well, the people just treated the demons and the angels like myth. By doing so, they were no longer afraid of the demons in the burning hells. And so I guess maybe they were in a weaker state by the end of Diablo 4. Just a thought I'm having. And then that allows Diablo to return, right? But there were a few people, right, that actually didn't see the stories of like Diablo 1, 2, 3, and 4 as nothing more than legend. They actually thought they were real, right? And maybe they're seen as, like, I don't know, conspiracy theorists, or they're ostracized by the rest of society that's more advanced and more smart thinking, more about sciencey. And then, of course, it causes Diablo to return to the world of Sanctuary. And, like, I guess the modern armies of Sanctuary are not prepared. Maybe the modern armies are more like I guess like 1800s, right? With muskets and cannons and stuff. Maybe they've evolved a little bit, right? Like the Age of Enlightenment, the Industrial Age. Like not modern day. Like they're not going to be running around, say, with musket. I mean, musket's okay. But they're not going to be running around with machine guns and attack helicopters and tanks and that stuff, right? Like, there'd still be horses. There would still be, like, sword. People would still use those older weapons. But maybe you have a character that also likes to use muskets, or grenade bombs. I don't know. I'm just speculating my idea. It's, like I said, it's kind of percolating, so. Whether or not it actually ends up becoming something, I don't know. What do y'all think? Do y'all like the idea or no? Because I feel like they've got to do something with Diablo 5. Ah, found it. Nice, okay. We just got to return it to him now. Alright, well, let's just make sure we clear this area out. Alright, so I think we did good here. We got everything. Of course, it happened to be the last one we went into. I wonder if that was just going to be it no matter what. But yeah, so that's what I would do. Like, Diablo returns to a time period in the future after centuries of slumber, right, and healing from the events of Diablo 3. And then Diablo decides to start over, right, to bring terror back to the world of Sanctuary, you know, and it just catches the future nations of Sanctuary off guard, right? Because they're like, it's like, what the hell is this crap? Because they're used to fighting each other, right? Not demons, not monsters. And they thought it was just all a bunch of legend and lore, and they thought it wasn't real, but actually, fun fact, it was real. And then there have been some that have been warning about it, right? So yeah, I mean, I think that would be kind of my idea for like a Diablo 5. It's an interesting concept. So maybe I'll flesh it out a little bit more in a future video once I beat Vessel of Hatred and Lord of Hatred. So if I end up doing that, because I feel like that's going to add additional story to Diablo 4 post the main story.
Hello.
And hopefully they'll give me a better idea of like whether or not Diablo is fitting into the world at that point, or is Diablo still MIA? Because that's pretty much the way it is for Diablo right now in the main story of Diablo 4. Obviously, I haven't played Vessel of Hatred yet, and Lord of Hatred doesn't come out till late April. Yeah.
Found the book. It should give all of us here some insight into the nature of the primate.
Okay, yeah, well...
So, Lamb Essen discovered a way to possess the body of a demon. Interesting.
okay.
Good day.
Can we trade anything with him? Not really. Okay, so I think that knocked out the mission. All right, cool. Quest complete. So we got 5 missions down. We have the main mission left for Act 3. So that's great news. I didn't want to leave a mission behind, you know, because, like I said, I don't know when I'm ever going to come back to Diablo 2. So, I mean, it could be the last time I ever play it, you know. Then again, maybe in the future I come back somewhere down the road. But I'd rather try to be as thorough as possible in this playthrough. All right. So we got several different ruins. We got some gems. I may play around with this before Act 4 and see if I can beef things up a little bit. All right, let's just go back down to Travancore. All right, so let's try to get through the durance of hate, shall we? Before my PS5 melts again. which could very well happen. I hope not. It's been behaving for the most part. But it might be on borrowed time. Alright, so it's our mission. Search for Mephisto. Okay. So we each have 2 levels, right? We have 2 levels. One level will have a waypoint, so that's good. I do like me some waypoints because if I do have to stop and go do something else, then at least I want to get to the waypoint. So that's at least my plan here, is to get to the waypoint. Because I think I may have to go do something. And then I'll come back, and then I'll go back to the waypoint. And then we'll wrap up the act. Oh shit. Oh shit. Kill the bastards. Get that trident. My poor goats. I keep getting slaughtered. No, I pushed the wrong button. What a waste. Story of my life. Okay, so he did that. I wonder if I should just rebind, like redo my skills in the skill tree. I don't know. Because there's clearly some I'm not using, and I'd rather just maybe just focus on beefing up the goatmen or at least the skill mastery. So I may have to make some decisions before Act 4. Take out these maulers. Alright. Alright. Is he dead? Okay, he's dead. Okay. So yeah, I guess I'm trying to think of anything else I'd want Diablo 5 to be. I guess it wouldn't be really a soft reboot, but I guess it would be similar to where like Diablo takes over a town or something similar to Tristram. But I guess you would want it to be a little bit bigger than that, or maybe it just starts in like a town similar to New Tristram, but it's set in the future. Or maybe it is New Tristram, right? And they wonder why it's called New Tristram. And then there's rumors about how the old town was abandoned for some reason, but it's built up a little bit more. Because obviously the population's a little bit larger over the past several centuries since the events of Diablo 4. Kill that bastard. Well, I mean it's a skelly, so it's obviously already dead. Give me that. That. Yeah, I'm just not getting some good cosmetics here. I'm not getting some good weapons or drip. I'm not exactly a happy camper of what the offerings the game has given me for the most part. Oh shit. Burn them all! But yeah, maybe I'll flesh out the idea a little bit more. But if anyone likes the idea, let me know. I think there's potential to that. I mean, I'm sure other people have done idea videos about Diablo 5, maybe. But I guess that would be kind of my idea, and I would obviously want to bring back Diablo. I think most fans of the Diablo franchise would do the same thing for Diablo 5. Okay, was there anything else open? Several chests. There was a whole lot of nothing in that one chest. Kind of a disappointment, to be honest. Alright, let's go over here. Yeah, I got poisoned. Damn it. Stop poisoning me. Alright. Man, someone needs to clean this place up. There's too much blood and guts and body parts. What a mess. But do y'all even think there's going to be a Diablo 5 at this point? Or are they just going to keep milking out Diablo 4? Because I think they didn't really milk out Diablo 3 forever. I mean, for a little bit they did. So I wonder how much time they're going to flesh. I mean, I wonder if they are working on Diablo 5. I don't know. That's a good question. I guess somebody at Blizzard, feel free and tell me. Just drop a DM, right? Just send me an email and tell me. I promise I won't tell anybody. No, I'm being honest. Honestly, I wouldn't tell anybody. If somebody at Blizzard was watching and they were like, you know what, I'll tell you. Like, yes or no. And if you guys like my idea for Diablo 5, let's talk, I do have ideas. That's why I've been making silly videos for over a decade on this channel. So who knows? Maybe one day one of my ideas might, I don't know, be something somebody might be interested in. Like, hey, you got some good ideas there. Oh, I do? Finally? Wow, one of my ideas actually turned out to be good. Amazing. Okay, move that there, and then I guess I'll put this region up here. Okay, I guess this area's cleared out, so we'll keep going. But I don't know, maybe they're just going to keep... Maybe they'll just keep doing seasons in Diablo 4. Well, they're all locked. The way is locked. I have noticed something, like a lot of times these locked chests, when I waste a key on them, most of the time they don't really offer me anything of considerable value, so I feel like it was a waste for the most part. I guess it's kind of a gamble, right? It's RNG. It might be a good key. It might be a good locked chest. It might be a crappy one. Usually it's a crappy one. Unfortunately. But I don't know. I know that they've made unique cosmetics for the Warlock. But to be honest, I feel like I should have come across way more Warlock cosmetics by this point, you know. I'm just saying. Basket. Knock these baskets over. Okay, what's this? Let's back up to Travancore. Okay. Yeah, I think I came in this way. How many of these? Am I max? Okay, I'm maxed out on town portals. Okay, so I got 20. I'd rather just keep the book filled and save space. So we got to go this way. Okay. Yeah, what a lovely place. I don't think I'd want to live here. Okay, there's level 2. Okay, cool. All right, so we're going to go down to level 2 and try and find the waypoint. Okay, down to level 2 we go.
It's locked.
It's all locked. Everything's locked. There, got more gold. Keep her going. Where's the welcoming party? Sure, it's around here somewhere. Is there anyone here? Hello? Hello? Anyone home? I'm kind of worried that we haven't run across anybody yet. This seems concerning. Like I'm in for a surprise. Here we go. All right. I was wondering where everybody was. Were you guys on a lunch break or something? It's like, man, we're on a lunch break. Could you come back in like 15 minutes or something? Nope. I got to get through this. I got things to do. Got some IRL stuff going on. Sorry, not sorry. Got to get to the waypoint and then go back to the docks and well, take a little break. Well, from my point of view. Put some fresh goats into the fray. Okay, gold, mana potion, chest. Nothing much there. Alright, is there anything? Get that greater mana. Okay, I brought that greater mana. Okay, more enemies up here. I'm coming, goats. Fear not. Got the gold. Okay, I guess they went up here. Or these dark lords. Gotta fight them off. Holy shit, there's a few of them over there. There we go. Yeah, I do wonder if, like, me giving them a little boost actually helps. Heal real quick. Shit. Alright, let me let the rogue heal a little bit. Alright, so is there anything over here? No, not really? Okay, well, that's a disappointment. Okay, let me move these two back up here. And use that real quick. Okay, I used that one. Get my potions back up. Grab this gold. Grab that gold.
It's locked.
Yeah, I'm not going to bother. I got a key. I can bother now. Will this be the thing? Oh, I got a green ring. Okay, cool. Okay, finally I got something maybe decent. Alright, so it's part of a set. Life stolen per hit. I don't know if I want to use that ring. I think I'll pass. I won't be put... Oh. Alright, well, it looked good, but it still ended up being, in my opinion, a disappointment. Hopes and dreams crushed, right? Minor healing potion at this point in the game? What the hell?
I need a key.
Yeah, I know. We all need keys. Alright. Strangulation potion. Oh, these little monsters. Alright. What's further in here? Anything? Oh. More monsters. More big giant maulers. And they're dead. Dead. Alright. Alright. Come down. Okay, good. Alright. I guess we'll just keep going this way. Screw it. And we'll find the waypoint eventually. Okay. Just a regular mana potion. I go back and grab that mana potion. I could use it. Let's do that real quick. There. See? That worked out pretty good. Alright. Little bastards. Little skelly chuckies. Burn, bastards. Alright, they're dead. It's a trap. I don't want that cracked zombie head. No, thank you. Alright, so there wasn't anything there. Sadly. Okay. Alright. Oh, there's enemies over here? Okay. We'll deal with these first. Oh, shit. Lost a goat. We need another goat over there. Kill the Dark Lord. Alright, so Dark Lord's dealt with. Alright, guess I'll use this regen potion real quick. Go in here. See if there's anything worth grabbing. Aha, the waypoint. You know what? We'll just go back now. So we're going to go back to the docks. Mainly because I got to go do a real life thing. So real life stuff has come up. But I guess that when we come back in mere moments from your point of view, we'll be killing those bastards again because unfortunately I have to close app on the game. And you know what that means. The animals, creatures, monsters, demons will of course respawn. So that's just the way the cookie crumbles, as they say. Now we got all the other missions out of the way. We can finally go face Mephisto. But first, let me show you something real quick. Something I finally did. Look, I organized. Look at this. Not bad. See? Well, this isn't really organized, but it's okay. So I did all that. And I also used a lot of my the small potions I had with some chipped gemstones and the Herodic Cube, and I made some of these potions. So, I cleaned up the old chests okay. It's not bad. But anyways, I think enough of that. Let's go find Mephisto, shall we? Down at the Durance of Hate, level 2. Alright, let me put my headphones on. Might be a good idea, so I can hear the game. Alright. Oh yeah, let me get my goats up. And there's the other goat. Alright, so we probably got some more enemies here waiting for us. So this may feel like deja vu for some of you. But you know what? It's XP, so I'm okay with it. It's fine. More XP for me to rank up my Warlock, the better. Yeah, let's tear this up. Yeah, that's it. Alright, just kill all these bastards. There we go. Just murder them all. Alright. Don't mind me, I'm just opening chests. Alright, so we killed those big giant monsters. I'll keep going now. Oh shit. Got it. Dark Lord. Alright, he's dead too. Oh shit. Something problematic over here. Alright, I need more potion. Fuck it. Just want to make sure we kill these guys. That way, they don't bother us anymore. Because they'll be dead. Alright, another one hiding over here. You thought you could hide over here? I don't think so. Alright, just murder him, please, goats. Thank you. Alright, ooh, there's another one. Mana, regen. Alright, Let's keep going, shall we? Okay, let me spin that. So I'm glad I actually took the time to do that in between recordings. I just thought about it for a minute. I'm like, you know what? I need to clean this up a little. I didn't like the look of it. I wasn't happy. So I'm like, okay, I'm cleaning this shit up. All right, Endurance of Hate level 3. Okay, so let's go to level 3, shall we? All right. So here we go. We got early access, y'all, to the Lord of Hatred update expansion for Diablo 4. Just kidding. Just kidding. But I'm still debating about whether or not I want to let's play Vessel of Hatred and Lord of Hatred. So I might do that. Let me know if y'all think that's an idea. I mean, it is an idea. It doesn't mean it's a good one, right? But I'm seriously considering it. It would be nice to go back to Diablo 4. And I don't have to worry about the seasons. I can just do the expansions. I know, we already talked about that. But yeah, let me know what your favorite Lord is. Like, the Prime Evils. Is it Diablo, Baal, Mephisto, or the lesser evils? Let me know. Alright, I'm going to kill these fuckers. Before we face Mephisto, let's just clear this part of the room out. Shit. Oh, crap. That's not good. Oh dear. Let me go ahead and replenish that. Alright. There. Get another goat back in. Could you kill those fire hydras, please? Video game. Nothing special. See, I'm being cautious. Yeah, I'll take that. Is there anything over here? Let me go ahead and spin that. Alright. That way we can not rush in. See, that's a mistake a lot of people do. They just rush in. Me, I'm a lot more cautious. I'm like, yeah. Mephisto can stay on the other side of the room for right now. I'll get to you in a moment, Lord of Hatred. But, by the way, say hi to your daughter for me. but she would be your mom. Oh, God, no. No, you're right. That doesn't sound right. Never mind. We got some Oedipus complex going on here. Oh, no. Awkward. Alright, kill that bastard. Alright, he's dead. Alright.
I need a key.
Yeah, I know. I don't have a key. Alright, so far, no Mephisto, but my rogue is not doing so well. Alright, she's healing back up. Okay, let me give her a moment to heal back up. But I don't know which one. I kind of like Baal. I like how manipulative Baal is. He's so good at manipulating people. He manipulates poor Marius. And yeah, I do like him as the Lord of Destruction. Alright, let's keep going. But I mean, they're all worthy evils, right? They're all. Alright, there's obviously monsters over here. Oh shit! There he is. There he is. Kill Mephisto. Oh shit. Alright. Yep. Hi Mephisto. Big fan. Not really. Oh shit! He poisoned me. Oh fuck sakes. Well, at least he's distracted with them, with my goats. Alright. So as long as I keep my goats on him, it should be okay. Alright, keep going. We almost got him, goats. Keep attacking. Come on, Rogue, you got this. Alright, get another goat in there. Shit, he's turned. He's facing us now. No, go away, goat. Oh. Alright. Come on, take out the Lord of Hatred. We almost got him. Almost got him. Oh shit, oh shit. Heal. Alright, we got him. Alright, Lord of Hatred is defeated.
Would destroy hatred in all its forms.
So what did you got for me? I got his soul stone. Okay, we got his soul stone, which obviously in the grand scheme of things doesn't really matter, does it? Especially if we go by the fact that in Diablo 4 and Vessel of Hatred and Lord of Hatred, Mephisto comes back. So, yeah. Oh, look. Mephisto, you were hiding all this back here? Alright, let's grab all that. Just want to make sure we got everything. Okay. What's the mission objective? Quest complete. Okay. Now I think I have to go through the gate, but I might want to go back to the out to Karast. Oh, there's another foe over here. What, you stayed over here and you didn't help your lord? You coward. Your lord needed you and you didn't answer the call. You just stayed over here and hid, hoping that no one would notice. Freaking cowards. Alright, take out the Bloodlords. Yeah, we're just cleaning the place up a little. These guys were cowards too. Man, nobody showed up to help Mephisto. You just can't find good help these days. Alright, so we did that. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back to... yeah, Karas, because we could enter... I think we could enter the portal now, but then I think you miss some stuff if you go back to the thing. If I can get over there. Video games being difficult. Why are you not letting me go over there? Alright, what the heck's going on here? You know what? Screw it. Let's just go ahead and go back now. We'll come back. There. Alright.
Our faith in you was well deserved, but Diablo has made his way to hell.
Yep, and Bell went with him. It's not a good thing, you know. Very bad. It's just crap. This might be decent. Alright, what we got? We got lower attack rating. I don't know. Lightning resistance up by 26%. Is this the better thing? I mean, I'm going to have to take a hit on the rating. What about enhanced defense? I don't think it gives me an enhanced defense. Well, that sucks. Because this gives me like 14% enhanced defense. Yeah, I don't get any with the other glove. But I do get lightning defense, which is definitely good. Okay, so let's go ahead and put these up. By the way, I got your Soulstone, Mephisto. Ha ha ha. You won't get that back for a while. Alright. Is there a place for a Soulstone? I don't think so. Okay, so I guess I just have to hold on to it. Oh, I got a rune. Let's go ahead and put that rune over there. Alright, got that rune right there. This club, I don't want to use the club. You know what? I'll just throw this stuff here for now. Put that there. And there. And there. Okay. So, next, we're going to put this here. And then put this here. And, let's see. No, not that one. Okay. Move those. And then, I guess... Alright, let's put these over here. Okay. Alright. So, I guess our objective is to go to hell. we'll be going to hell soon. Let's talk to everybody real quick. Alright. Am I going to talk to anybody? Or, I don't know. Maybe some people want to talk to me. Maybe they don't. Maybe they're like, get the hell out of here. I'm like, okay, good. I didn't want to stay here anyways.
Greetings.
Can she repair stuff for me or no? I guess not. Anyways, I'll catch you later. Let's just go. Back to the Mephistos. And then wrap up Act 3. Alright. Yeah, we'll just do that. Screw it. Okay. So, down here. Alright, are y'all ready? Are y'all ready for this? Alright, now we have a new objective. Okay, new objective. Didn't give us an objective. Well, I already defeated that in a previous act. What the hell? Wait, it gave me one. Okay, but anyways, let's go to hell, shall we?
did as you told me, Tyrael. I found the temple of the Zakarum. In the deepest recesses of the temple, I found a dark gathering. My companion, the Wanderer, Talrasha, and a great evil who could only be the Lord of Hatred himself, Mephisto. I heard a voice that, like 1,000 needles in my heart.
My brothers, at long last we stand reunited. The infernal gate has been prepared, and the time of our final victory is at hand. Let the way to hell be opened. And the evil that was once vanquished shall rise anew. Wrapped in the guise of man shall he walk amongst the innocent, and terror shall consume they that dwell upon the earth. The skies shall rain fire, and the seas will become as blood. The righteous shall fall before the wicked, and all creation shall tremble before the burning standards of hell.
What I saw then was not meant for mortal eyes.
The gate stands ready. Now, my young brother, the time has come to assume your true form. Arise, Diablo, Lord of Terror. You are the harbinger of our return, Diablo. Send forth your terror into hell.
Ooh, creepy. Still gives me the creeps after all these years. But yay, we're almost to hell. We're outside the gates of hell. We're in the nice part.
Good. The time has come for you to destroy Mephisto's soul stone.
What's the point? It's only going to come back later. All right, so we will pick up with Act 4 of Diablo II, Reign of the Warlock, well, next week. So, yay. But let me know your thoughts, views, and opinions regarding the Warlock. Would you like him as a class? Do you think he's worthy of being part of Diablo 2? Or is there a class you would have rather have seen added to Diablo 2? Either way, I'm enjoying him for the most part. But yeah, we'll be back with Act 4 in a week from now, where I will confront the Lord of Terror himself. Oh, great.